Howdy, howdy. Ah, come here, headphones. Oh, shut up. I forgot to turn the sound off of my phone. That's how I watch chat. Wait, I have a stream deck. I don't have to stare at OBS. Aha! How's y'all's weekends? Hoping it's been good. I didn't stream yesterday because I wanted to, or because I was having Thanksgiving dinner with my family. Canadians got to do it ahead of time, ahead of Americans. It's like the one thing we got. Anyways, I do got quite a few things to talk about. We're definitely going to be getting into a lot of the drama later in the stream, but right now it's pretty chill vibe, just being around. I'm sleepy. I had a coffee, but it was not enough. I need like a monster. I did put out a poll on my Twitter regarding a rebranding I kind of want to do. Monster Girl. I wish. But I have been planning on, this is something I've kind of been thinking about for quite a while now. I've been a VTuber for roughly a year now, using more or less this model. I did branch out to a different one for a time, but I think it's actually at least a year and a half, I'd say, that I've been using a VTuber. I decided on a succubus initially, but I'm kind of at the point where I'm thinking I do kind of want to rebrand. What I'm kind of thinking, given my content direction, with how political I get, and I do talk about anime related stuff, the number one political anime that jumps to mind, or at least the franchise, is Gundam. So what I want to do is make I'm going to be building a model kit on stream and then customizing that model kit to make a truly unique Gundam, essentially. And then I'm going to turn that into a Gundam girl. And then, or like, I'm going to get art of that as a Gundam girl and then turn that into my VTuber design. It'll definitely take a while to get this going. But as it stands, the poll is leaning in favor of Gundam instead of like a typical grunt suit. So I kind of have an idea of what Gundam I want to use as the base. But I'm going to give it another day for that poll to end. Let it seal the deal. But I have an idea of what kind of mobile suit I want to build. Another thing I want to get more into regarding this content that I make, I want to do more building streams. And I do have some model kits I can build. One of them is from Gundam, and then two of them are from Digimon. I'm actually pretty excited to build those. I just haven't gotten to them yet. Those will basically, if I'm going to be getting a model kit, I'm going to be building it on stream sooner or later. It could definitely be in the later part because it took me, what, over a year to actually get around to building that Beelzemon model kit I did. Though the ones that I have now are like lower detail, so to speak. It's like less pieces to build, but they still look really good. Aside from that, my content will largely remain the same. I plan to keep on keeping on with the commentary content. I've been quite enjoying that. But I've just felt like I'm not exactly standing out with my current design. There's, let's be real, there's a lot of succubi VTuber, and well, I didn't even know about the broader VTuber scene when I first got into VTubing itself. I found the tools and then became one, and then found the online VTuber sphere, which is mostly just Twitter. Howdy, howdy. No habla español? I don't know what I just said. I hope I said I don't speak Spanish. But yeah, I plan on doing a lot more building streams in the future. I've got those 3 kits that I want to build. And then no hablo español? Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I'm Canadian. You can't blame me for that one. But I've got 3 kits that I want to build on their own. And then I have the future design I'm going to be making. If the poll does keep trending towards Gundam Girl, I'm going to be basing it off a pretty high quality model kit, because I've got one in mind. I think it's going to be a pretty good transition for me. Funny. But yeah, my content's largely going to remain the same. It's just going to have a bit of a different look. One more thing I do want to talk about a bit more is my podcast, my show, I Spy with My Little Eye. I haven't done that in quite a bit. They said, what did I miss? Oh, we're just getting started. I haven't done any VTuber interviews in quite a while, and I do want to get back into that. But what I'm currently thinking is going to be a bit of a rebranding towards that podcast style. It's going to be changing up the name a little. It's going to be presented differently, and then I'm going to try and actually convince myself to create the podcast on like Spotify. Actually get myself to start doing that, because I know there's a lot of people that are interested in the VTuber interviews that I did, but a lot of them would prefer to just be listening into it. I do kind of miss them. They were a lot of fun. Real laid back kind of environment. Though, looking back on it, I do have some places where I could improve, I think. But I think I was getting into a pretty decent groove with that, and I do want to get back into it. I just think I'm going to hold off on getting back into those interviews until after I do my rebranding, essentially. Because, oh my god, I'm going to be building up this rebranding quite a bit. Because I'm starting off with this poll on Twitter, and then I'm going to be building the model kit on stream. That's going to be the base of the custom. And then I'm going to be doing the customization of it on stream. I'll be doing largely the base coat spray painting off stream, but I will be doing a fair bit of painting on stream of the model. It's going to be it's going to be a bit of a long time wait, or a long time building, I should say. Hey, get it? Cause Gunpla. I'm funny. Like 450 people agree. Yeah, that's kind of what's on the horizon for me. And I don't know. Guess back time to get into that drama some more. Do you have a person in mind to make the model? No, not yet. I'm not sure how I'm going to go about making the VTuber itself when I get to that point. But I'm going to be going to people that I know have had good experiences with artists. I'd like to be doing my research on the back end before I commit to, hey, let's get this model made and rigged. Ideally, what I actually kind of want to do is make the Gundam, customize the Gundam, and then get one of the already existing Gundam girl figures, and then using the human parts of that essentially to make my real life Gundam girl model kit. Mad true, I haven't gotten a 3D custom model made yet. Oh yeah, that can get pretty pricey, honestly. Honestly, I don't know if I want to get a 3D model or a 2D model for the rebranding. But I just know that it's going to be a pretty fitting look for me. Cuz like let's be real, what does my current design got going for me? It's just cute and it's attractive, I guess. And people like looking at that, so they listen to my opinions. Everyone is a 2D. A lot of people are 2D. I kind of do prefer 3D. My problem is I would be going for like a mecha style body, so that gets a little harder to do for 3D. I got to get stuff custom made. I've got to get a lot of stuff going actually. But first, I need the actual design set in stone essentially. I have made custom models before, but I really want to try and, well, work way harder on some stuff I have. Like, for those that don't know, I do have one of the my first custom I made as my starting soon screen right now for my streams, which is just this. You can see the before and after painting of what I call the Gundam Sea Goose, because it's painted to look like a Canadian goose, and it's based off the design of the tall geese from Gundam Wing, but it's kit bashing like 3 different kits together. The 2 obvious ones are Leo and the Wing Gundam, both from Gundam Wing. The less obvious one is the Build Burning Gundam, which I had the waist is from that, and I think maybe the head as well. Yeah, I spent a fair amount of time on this. That's not even the only custom I've made. I didn't make that custom on stream. I did make a different... Do I have a picture on PC? I don't think so. Wait, I have a Twitter account where I have tweeted that picture. Media. Ah. Here. Both of these model kits I've made. This is the... Hey, Tibbs! The big one here is the Digimon Figure Rise Standard Amplified War Greymon. And then I used the... I think that one was the Mars 2 from Gundam Build Divers as the base. Essentially, what I had done with this build here was make War Greymon Gundam, essentially, that could take the armor off and then swap with a different one. Oh, you go take care of stuff, Rosh. If you haven't done it, you should like the stream. True, like the stream and the video when it comes out after stream. Why is my VTuber getting so angry lately? Oh yeah, because this is the topics I'm going to talk about later on stream. Anyways, it was basically a modular Gundam armor that could be interchanged. I had the plan of working on, making a metal Garurumon one as well, and then I was also going to make a Omnimon one. I haven't quite finished the metal Garurumon, and then I would start on the Omnimon, but I kind of want to do this a little more. I want something like this, but with a unique suit. Right now, poll is 50 to 44%. It's close, 20 hours left. By the time the video is out, this poll will probably be sealed, so if you want to vote on it, vote now. To those listening. But yeah, I'm actually really wanting to do that rebranding. I'm not entirely sure what I'll do with the account names and stuff. I might just stick with Mistress Briley and just change my model and design. I might change it to something different, but then that does require a lot of changing URLs and stuff, and that gets fucky. Hey Joestar. I'm looking forward to these changes personally. And all I'm really changing is to make my VTuber a little more direct towards the kind of content I make. Because, like, well, I'm an anime girl and I talk a lot of politics, so making my VTuber a Gundam girl is just kind of extremely fitting to me. Far more fitting than a succubus, honestly. And obviously, I'm not shaming any succubi out there. You go with the design you want. Honestly, most of the succubi are more designed than I am. I just made like a blonde V-roid model and then added horns. Originally, I did have wings. Did we get a new bot? No, not that I know of. Just when I do my rebranding. Yeah, I think I've wrapped up all those topics that I wanted to talk about. I think we have Nightbot. We should, anyways. Oh wait, that would bring up stream elements. It's not currently here. Maybe it's down. Huh. I know the stream element spot is pretty decent. Like, what's wrong with the stream element spot? Nightbot took the day off. Well, everybody deserves time to rest. Also, do me a favor and like the stream if you haven't. Be real pog. Granted, you don't actually have to. Just does help. Though, I'm gonna be real, liking the videos that I put out from these streams is more beneficial than liking the stream itself. Because, well, that's where all my actual growth comes from. It's based on AWS and it broken sometimes when it goes down. I would not fucking know. I just know stream element seems to be pretty consistent for a bot. Why is angry so common? Expression settings? Yeah, there. And the worst part about the angry face to me, do the goddamn Control Shift F3. There. The worst part about this angry face to me is the eyebrows, where it kind of clips the forehead. That's annoying. I thought I had addressed that in Vroid Studio, but it's like being a cunt. Cool. Oh yeah, I have reverb. I keep forgetting all the different options and buttons I have on my Stream Deck. Mostly it's scene transitioning and stuff. Let's see. I have a few other topics I can talk about before I get into the video watching I want to do. And well, how? How? Oh no, that's a PC reaction button. Fucking how? With a plugin. I gotta set up this scene as a button, cause like I don't know if y'all know. I'm just gonna fuck it, that's fine. I don't know if y'all know, but I do have that set up. I have my regular PC screen. You all know that. But sometimes I often forget to push this button when I want to make more of a pointed point, so to speak. Because, like, it's set up to... Oh, wait, no, not that button. This goddamn button, where it'll jump cut to this for a little bit, and then, well, jump cut back. It's something that I keep forgetting I have and that I can use, but like, god damn it, girl. It'll make the video so much better. Wait, does that clip button even work still? It's giving me an exclamation mark. Okay, yeah, that's for Twitch. Damn it. I miss having a clip button. It was so handy having a clip button. Control C, Control V. Chat react, action. Come on. There. There. Okay, should I talk about VTuber supporters or being overly emotional while being a VTuber? Those are the two topics that I got on my mind before I go jumping into the video responses I want to do. Oh, I can always jump into or double check my channel in the Discord. Being overly emotional? That seems interesting. It's mostly about it's mostly my thoughts about people who are struggling with depression and are overt or outwardly emotional, and how that can be problematic, so to speak. Just double checking my Discord, seeing some shit posting. Seeing some non-shit posting too. Okay. Oh, Joestar, did I show you the alerts? Because I got that set up after that last stream. Nice. Yeah, I'm glad I got that going. It took me long enough to get to it. I'm big tired. I gotta sleep more, but I don't get enough. I don't sleep well enough during the week, and then I oversleep on the weekends, and it's a bad cycle. You shouldn't get into it. Excuse me. Anyways, there are quite a few different VTubers I have seen that have kind of been quite outwardly emotional with their issues, and on its own, I don't think it's that big of an issue for people to, or for creators or public figures to be upfront with the struggles that they're going with. I think it's actually kind of a good thing to be open about the struggles you do deal with. I do kind of see a bit of a problem regarding streamers who are struggling with moderate to severe depression, and then a lot of that bleeds into the stuff that they have to say on stream and how they engage on Twitter. And I personally think that it leads into a hurtful spiral, so to speak. Like it, if you're essentially just posting about your struggles, which can bring a lot of people into that want to genuinely support you. They want you to feel better, but a lot of people just can't. They can't actually do anything besides words on the internet from more or less strangers. So it's a little hard to it's a struggle to even talk about. I'm not anybody trained in this. I'm just somebody that sees a lot of topics, conversation. I just see it a lot. I don't have all the right answers. I don't know everything regarding all their struggles, nor can I really. But I do think it's definitely quite potentially problematic, so to speak. I'll go with that. Where it can kind of lead into like a manipulation, sort of, where it's kind of putting the viewers and the orbiters, the people engaging with you broadly, into a position where they feel they have to respond to like all your tweets, watch all your streams, watch all your videos, that kind of mindset. And that's just, I think that's self-destructive in the end. Because I don't think it's sustainable at all to just keep going down that track with, I don't know, with it's such a hard topic to talk about, because like I struggle with depression too. I struggle with ideations, so to speak. I try not to let it influence basically everything I do, but I'm only demon. It my mental health does fully, or not fully, but it does influence my engagement with other people, with creators, other creators, and the people who watch my stuff. Why am I always so shocked? the big issue to me is worrying that, well, I don't want people to be exploited in general, and that includes emotional manipulation of, well, constantly fretting about your stuff and being overly public with what you're struggling with. You can make it public, so to speak, to a degree, and I don't think there's a problem with that. It's the problem with continuously doing that to the point where it's essentially your personality to, sad post on the internet. And I don't think most people want to really engage with that. Most people don't. From what I've seen, most people just want to shut off their brains and enjoy a good time. There are people that just want to dwell in the emotions, and I don't think you should be dwelling on it. I think you should be processing it. Don't try to deny your feelings. No, you feel your feelings, let them out, and process it. If something is perpetually bothering you, you got to do your best to change that. There's no real two ways about it. Because if you don't address the root of the problem, you're just going to be repeating the same stuff over and over and over and over and over. And again, I'm not really trying to shit talk, so to speak, people that are publicly sad posting, at least from time to time. Because, like, I've done that too. I've made some vent tweets before. Howdy, Thunder Nugget. I've made vent tweets before. I've used my own vent channel in my Discord server. Join it, by the way, if you haven't. It's pretty pog. I like to voice chat in there. But I try to find other avenues to engage with that topic. Like, with my struggles, I try to, connect with people IRL that I know and have good connections with. I talk with them about it. I'd rather not make it a consistent thing within my own community. Personally, I've actually kind of struggled with even having a venting section. Excuse me. With even having a venting section in the Discord, because, like, I've seen quite a few hills and valleys, so to speak, with the traffic in that server. I've been running it for like 4 years now, 5 years now, I can't remember. And it seems that there are times where things are going pretty chill. People are engaging, they're having their memes posted, they're having a laugh. And then there have been times where it's like multiple people are regularly just posting in the venting section, and then it kind of shifts a bit where the only engagement of the server is in that venting section, and then the server goes quiet, and then general chat starts popping up a bit more, and then meme chat starts popping up a bit more, and it's kind of like a repeating cycle, it seems. Yeah, venting channels can be weird. You could always use a bot to delete it in a set amount of time. That is true, though I don't think the problem is with the stuff staying around. I think the problem that I'm kind of seeing is that it just kind of regularly continues to become its own focal point within the community itself. So I'm kind of at a crossroads, so to speak, because I do think people need spaces to be able to vent properly. I don't think that should be the only thing they're engaging with. That's extremely unhealthy, in my opinion. but I also see like the effects of what happens when people focus on that venting. It's important to do, but it can't be the only thing you engage with. Oh, trying to figure out how to drum up more activities in the Discord then? Right now, I'm kind of talking about I started off with talking about how there are a fair number of, well, VTubers and creators with depression, and then they kind of sad post about it, like a lot to a very unhealthy amount. I don't really feel like this is the kind of subject that would be helpful in directly calling out specific people. I think it's better to just broadly talk about this subject because I don't want to be pushing people away that are struggling. You think the internet has become too centralized? And what would you do about such a situation? No, I don't think the internet is too centralized. There's a few monopolies that have taken over, but within like the monopoly of YouTube, so to speak, there is such a broad variety of content you can engage with. And then that's just YouTube sphere. But I think in all, the like getting back onto topic about, well, struggling with depression as a public figure, it's a hard line to toe. At that point, you might want to get a blog or private account, but that's just my idea of someone dealing with anxiety and depression throughout my life. I get that. You're welcome, Thunder Nugget. But yeah, I think if you need to consistently get those feelings out in a semi-public manner, at least in some way, I would definitely recommend like a private account or a blog so that you can get those emotions out into the ether. Because fuck, I'm not going to deny how cathartic it is to just shout into the void. I've done it more than once. It's a thin line to cross, or a thin line to toe, when you are like kind of doing it a lot on your main account, especially if you're trying to build your brand as a creator. It's like stuff sticks around. I support blogs. They allow content creators to have more control and privacy than YouTube. I can get that. I don't really dive into a whole lot of blogs. I'm more of vlogs. I like to watch videos. I like to listen along. I'm a VTuber. I don't like to read. It's just, it gets worrying when you see like a lot of depression posting on Twitter, essentially. It makes me kind of worry about people, but then at the same time I don't want to directly, like, I see the post and then immediately go into their DMs, and it's like, are you only interacting with me because I made the sad post publicly? And it's like, do you really care? That it's so hard to fight that mentality. I honestly am not sure what we can properly do about it. Go old school, get a journal, diary. It's always interesting reading back after a few years. Oh yeah, totally. Especially if you do want to actually keep it private, the best way to do that is keeping a physical journal or diary and then keeping that hidden away. Yeah, again, it's kind of, you can't just ignore those feelings either. They're not just going to go away. It's kind of cringe when people make that their only personality trait, sad mad posting. Yes, that is broadly what I'm talking about right now, how it gets problematic when people start making that their entire personality, so to speak. Though, then again, a lot of people tend to find something they relate to, associate with, and then just kind of make that their whole personality. It's, at least from the spheres of the internet that I've gone through and seen, it seems to be ringing pretty true across the board. God, I know there's so much more to talk about with this specific subject. I'm just drawing a bit of a blank. And it's just kind of the kind of subject that you just can't really take lightly either. It's not the kind of thing that you can just dismiss out of hand and then not worry about it, because, well, it leads to very problematic stuff. What are we talking about? Basically, people that are struggling with depression and then choose the unhealthy way of dealing with it by only publicly posting about it on their main account. That's loosely the demographic I'm currently talking about. Yay, smiling during this segment. I love my expressions here. Don't really like Twitter? That's a good stance to take. You should not be on Twitter. It's horrible. I haven't heard anything say anything good about it, especially in recent times. Is it worth it to make a Twitter just to follow my favorite VTubers? Honestly, if you are just interested in VTubers specifically, I would recommend checking out VTubers.me. That is a smaller Twitter-like platform that specifically focuses on VTubers. Let's see. VStream is a website that's specifically for VTubers and streaming. I think it's to me, in my opinion, it's a very niche demographic, but hey, more power to you. I want more competitors to Twitch and YouTube. Been a lot of graduations this year too. Came across a VTuber literally called Depression. They were, oh, D, I love D. They were trying to personify a mental illness. How do you feel about people doing that? I think I just answered your question. So, D, the Depression VTuber, I think it's a pretty interesting take on it because she's not doing the thing that I've essentially been complaining about for the last 17 minutes. She has like, I've listened to a handful of her streams over the time, and like, I follow her on Twitter. Like, largely she talks broadly about the problems that people struggle with, but framed through her personal experience of what she's been dealing with. And just to be clear, I don't actually know if her pronouns are she, her. It's just what I'm assuming because I'm terrible. But I don't think there's a problem inherently wrong with her doing that, like making her VTuber design depression, because she's not really making her content about sad posting, so to speak. A lot of it is about venting, but it's kind of like a personal venting that's not focused on the depression aspect. From what I saw, it was a lot of, or what I've listened to, it's been a lot of what can we potentially do about such a thing. I know she used to be a VTuber supporter, but I don't know, I don't remember which. Overall, though, I do like her. And regarding the graduations this year, it has been graduation season, it seems like. There have been so many announcements. But, I mean, it's kind of part and parcel, the number of announcements of graduations with how easy it is to get into being a VTuber, and then, well, you see graduations start trending, essentially, and you're seeing those posts pushed out to you more. But it's a lot of people that from what I've seen, I don't see a lot of the people that have been around for like a super duper long time graduating. There have been a handful, and I mean that happens every year. But I don't think it's too out of place. Like these graduations are going to be happening regularly. There's a lot of turnover, so to speak, in the VTuber industry. Because like a lot of people try it out and realize it's just not for them. There's a lot of people that are, oh, this is a bit of a right wing take. There's a lot of people that are too fucking sensitive, in my opinion. Like, it's a good thing to be a sensitive person to a degree. It's a good thing to be empathetic. It's a bad thing to let it get to you so much. It's an industry not for the faint of heart. Absolutely. It doesn't matter how friendly you are, how politically correct you are, how nice you are to literally anybody. No matter how big you get, there's always going to be people that hate you. They will find ways to hate you, especially as you just grow bigger. Some people just hate because of the size. And well, no matter what opinion you have, no matter how correct you think it is, you're always going to be getting pushback. And frankly, I see a lot of smaller creators that get a decent amount of harassment, but then it's pushing them towards. Have you heard about the Akuma Miko drama? There's a lot, so that's a pretty broad question. There's a what I was talking about previously to finish my thought was there's a lot of creators that take things a little too personally when they're getting a lot of pushback. It just hurts their mental health and they can't properly deal with it, so to speak. So they just kind of burn out quickly. And well, if the amount of pushback you get as a smaller creator when one other person disagrees with you and then you have their audience coming after you, you kind of got to be aware that that's going to happen. Just being public figures, if you engage with disagreement with another one, the audiences will clash. It's just kind of part and parcel of public figures interacting. Credence, public, and publicity comes with bad publicity. Yeah, some people say all publicity is good publicity, but I've got some videos on my channel that the subjects of the videos would say that's not good publicity at all. Oh, good times. I and many of my VTuber friends suffer from some form of mental demons. Yep, me too. I got my own. You just kind of gotta be aware with being a public figure means the public eyes are on you. Whether you've got 5 viewers, 50 viewers, 500 viewers, there's always going to be people that have beef with you. And, well, their audience will also clash with you. It's just part and parcel of being public figures. It's kind of rough. Okay, Andrea, what Akuma Miko drama are you referring to specifically? Because I know what I personally know is she's had callouts of old stuff before, but she didn't actually do that stuff. It was like lies against her from way back when. And then let's see. There was a lot of more recent stuff involving their ex. And legal action, so I'm not really going to be commenting too much on that one. No lawyer. But lately I've heard they've been doing pretty damn well with their streaming. They're up to like 44, 45 average viewers on Twitch, which is pretty fucking great. Stream recording. Yeah, she got into the V Sour agency. Like, nothing but W's coming her way lately, it seems. Which I'm actually pretty glad to hear, because, well, they've had their struggles. Publicity is a double-edged sword. Yandev would know that well, even before the recent stuff. Yeah, that dude's a person. I didn't even dive too much into the Yandere dev stuff. I would not be surprised about that. It sounds like stuff has been orbiting him for quite a while. Like, I only recently heard about him. I might have heard about Yandere Simulator vaguely previously, but I didn't hear anything about the developer until like this latest stuff. And hoo boy, it is not good. Ah, my favorite cookie, Fig Newtons. Yeah, like didn't he take what was it? Didn't he take GoFundMe money for a body pillow or something? As like some of the lighter shit against him? What do you think about VTubers using AI? If properly or if used properly, creating an AI assistant mascot character could be used to prevent burnout. Oh, it was a sex doll. Show the message. Huh. Andrea, it seems one of your message, that sex doll message, got held for review for whatever reason. Why is my browser chat not keeping up? I'd be sad if I lost internet. Okay, there it looks like it's caught up now. But regarding that comment about the VTubers using AI, I have seen a VTuber use that as like a AI sister kind of thing. Fuck, what was his name? Oh, great, I can't just search spooky anymore because, like, it's Halloween. Fuck. Been feeling great since you threw Twitter in the trash? Good. Twitter's not great at all. God, what was that dude's name? Luckily for me, I've covered one of his videos previously. So I'll just go back to that video and then find his socials through that. No, it was before the 24-hour stream. Yeah, I'm debating whether or not to actually stay myself. Rave Spectre. Did they rebrand? No, they did not. Perfect. Oh, we're not oomfies. Let's see, I'm gonna try and find one of his clips that I want to play. Code Miko and Yanners did that? I would not be surprised. I've seen a few different takes on like AI mascots. AI VTubing is a mixed bag. It's like I feel it requires something akin to a call and response stream like Cleverbot. Yeah, I think so. I think I've actually seen some that respond to AI, or not AI, to like your voice, because it reads your voice sort of. Where is it? Is there any of him engaging with his AI? Uncle Opie has an AI mascot? I didn't know that one. Maybe biased since Vidal and Neurosama are your favorite VTubers. I mean, hey, we all have our own biases. Um, oh, did you stream on YouTube or Twitch? Fuck, he streamed on Twitch. Yeah, that video's gone. Okay, let's check out. Shut up there. The dude is not AI. What did she say? I missed it. Oh, the AI told them to eat shit. But yeah, that's kind of the thing that I was couldn't hear the. Oh, fuck me.
Hey, Cynthia, am I feeding you well? Say honest, be honest.
Eat shit, rave.
What? What? Holy sh! What? What? Did I hear that right? What? No, she does not say that.
Yeah.
No. What the fuck? Hey, Cynthia.
All glory to the AI companions, I guess. I kind of like the idea of having like a little gimmick, or as long as it's not really the crutch of your content, I'd say I don't have that big of an issue with it. There's definitely interesting avenues to explore. I kind of like the use of AI mostly for shit posting. I don't really like the use of AI just for like making art and that's the end of it. It's a tool to be used for something better. That's the way I see it anyways. Oh yeah, there's tons of ways to use AI. I've thought about it personally. I'd like to get a little AI bot set up. That'd be fun. When I do my rebrand into a Gundam girl, I'll have a little almost Haro as a little AI mascot. That'll be perfect. AI to help with coding. That's a good idea. Coding takes fucking forever. I should know. I'm a college dropout for game art and design. They made me learn JavaScript. Can AI help with editing for clipping and short form content? To a degree, I think it can be helpful, but I don't think it should be the end goal, so to speak. I think it could be used help or helpful in regards of like cutting out dead air, so to speak. But I'm not entirely JavaScript sucks. Yeah, 100%. It's horrible. I think I think it can definitely be of help, but I don't think it should be the end goal, like I've said. I think I'm gonna run to the washroom real quick and then talk about VTuber supporters. Give me like a minute or two. I keep forgetting that I typically set my BRB screen to like a video and I go take a break for a while. So I'm just going to use starting soon screen as my BRB. Don't worry, I'll be back. Okay, I am back. Oh yeah, I should also talk about the Virtual Creators Union. I haven't made any specific video on it. You have a friend who's considering graduating because of college being on their ass? I can understand that. It's real hard to focus on, you know, your hobby of creating content when IRL is being such a cunt. Cuz like sure it might be something really fun for you to do, but if you're focused on the other stuff, it's really going to impact, you know, the content you put out. It's shitty, but I understand why people do it. I would personally just prefer to see more creators. My personal bias. But like you can't really stop people from doing what they got to do to take care of themselves. Okay, I think I'm gonna jump into the next topic I really want to, or I kind of want to talk about. What kind of image or um how do I want to phrase that? I don't know how many people in my audience really know that much about VTuber supporters. I've talked about it a little bit on stream before, but I consider myself to be a VTuber supporter. Hell, I'm a moderator of the VTuber supporter Discord server, basically where we keep in touch with each other of updates of problematic people or tweets that we want to post more of, give more exposure to, give more engagements to. Um, Personally, I think VTuber supporters do provide a very helpful service, so to speak. Like, wow, Epic Mind was your first experience with a V supporter, so you're wary. I understand, but like, he's trying to co-opt our imaging, so to speak, because like the majority of us just enjoy VTuber content. We want to see VTubers do better. We want to see them get more exposure and all that. We're more than happy to get tagged in tweets to retweet and spread awareness of other creators. The majority of us don't actually have very big platforms on our own, but a lot of us are kind of mutuals with people that have their own audiences and stuff. And well, a tag list for VTuber supporters, like where you have a whole bunch of us together and you're announcing like a debut or a smasher pass or whatever have you, and calling in the V supporters really helps boost your engagement to maximize the eyes on your event coming up or whatever you're announcing. And that's really goddamn important in my opinion. Like, it's a very helpful thing to have. But then there's also some stigma about us, like just doing it for clout, and I don't think that really holds water as an argument personally. Just my 2 cents. But the majority of us, well, we wanna see more content of VTubers. We like it. So we do what we can to help out the beings we like. So if you're on Twitter and you want to announce something, you're more than welcome to at me, tag me directly. You're more than welcome to use the hashtag Super Sassy Support Squad, which a lot of us do tend to check that hashtag specifically. It's a way to call in the supporters without kind of pushing pushing a retweet on us, because like a lot of us will retweet stuff, but then there are all of us have our own boundaries. Like, I personally don't retweet going live tweets because I personally think it's a waste of time. I think it's way more effective to, only really focus on the debuts, the events that go around, the bigger spectacles, rather than just going live every single time. That's just my personal opinion. I'll retweet basically anything really, or not particularly anything. There's a handful of stuff that I'm not going to retweet, but I mean, that's my opinion. That's my personal choice to make whether or not I'll actually retweet it. But whether or not I will actually retweet it, you're still more than welcome to ask for it, because like, I do want people to get more engagement on their stuff they're proud of, the stuff they're working hard on. That's just what I want to do. That's just how I do. There are some people that do kind of use us for clout, which, I mean, it's going to happen one way or another, whether or not we're actively fighting back against it. like just recently, I don't feel like calling out names specifically because this happens enough. It's broad enough that like I don't think I'm going to be able to ever stop it. But essentially, it was somebody that followed me. Initially, I had followed them back. They seemed interesting. We engaged a tiny little bit. I did some retweeting for them, and then they kind of stopped asking for retweets. And it's like, oh, okay. And then just recently, I get a follow and somebody asking for retweets, and it was this person from back at the end of 2022. And like, I get why people do it. I'm not personally bothered by it too much. Just kind of a dick move. Like, especially if you're only tagging me for going live tweets, because like I'm not going to retweet those. Though there are others that will do it. But yeah, there is a resource out there for small VTubers that would like to get help with engagement on their Twitter, help get more traction there. There are people that'll build up that traction using the engagement from the V supporters, and then they just kind of stop using that once they get enough engagement on Twitter. So like the engagements given by the supporters can really help boost your reach with Twitter and all that. But then if you go away for a while, you're like gone for a week or so, then your engagement kind of falls off, and then it really feels like you're shadow banned kind of thing. So it makes sense why people occasionally come back to using V supporters. It's pretty obvious it's only about that clout grab, so to speak, when you're like following and then soft blocking and then following again later. And it's like shit happens. I mean, I've stepped away from Twitter for like a month at one point. But hey, I mean, the engagement comes back if you know what you're doing, really. I mean, yeah. If you want to get a little help with your announcements, with your engagements on Twitter, you want to drop a fun little engagement bait of like, drop your PNG, I'll assign a Pokemon type to you. I'll fucking retweet that. That's fun as shit. I'll engage with that. I'll drop my PNG too. I think it's funny. And like, that's a perfectly great way to build that Twitter engagement to maximize the number of eyes on you. It doesn't hurt anybody. It's just kind of fun engagement. I personally think we do need a little bit more of that. And I know the irony of me saying that with like the kind of content I put out. I mean, that's kind of the nature of the Twitter verse, so to speak. Yeah, like a lot of my tweets will stay lower in the likes sections personally. But then I sometimes get one that pops off. Not always, but fuck. Sometimes they pop off. It's nice. Okay, I'm kind of at the point where I'm in between segments now. Is there other stuff that I want to talk about, or do I want to get into some React videos. I think I know. We can talk about one more smaller segment, so to speak. God, I don't even know how long that last segment was, but I know I've been rambling some, but that's part and parcel of my streams. Um, yeah, I don't know if I want to get into $70 price tags in video games right now. It kind of feels like something I do want to talk about sooner or later, but just not immediately. Only had one tweet that popped off, and it was about my favorite YouTubers, a part of the Thanos crew. I would not know. Personally, my biggest tweet was a shit post about being trans and the Pornhub categories. That was really funny to me. Because like in 2022, Pornhub had put out like their usual statistics, and trans was the fourth most searched category. And I was like, I had posted something along the lines of what was it? God, it was along the lines of like they're taking away our rights while jerking off to us, and I thought we would never, and here I thought we'd never be treated as women. That was the biggest tweet I've had, but that didn't even get too big in all things considered. I mean, it capped out at 150 likes, which is pretty small for Twitter viral tweets. Excuse me. Really don't want to get to that one just yet.
So Mr. Announcer's
No, you don't start playing yet. Okay, so I want to talk about a subject that's not often talked about enough, in my opinion. And, well, that's men. More specifically, I'm going to be talking about men and VTubing in general. A video came across my feed, so to speak, about what they don't tell you about male VTubers. And well, I kind of want to look into this. I haven't engaged with the VTuber scene from a male perspective, but I was socialized male until, well, like I was 27. So I do have some insights I'd like to hopefully add. In my personal opinion, I think that male VTubers tend to struggle more than female presenting VTubers. If you look at the biggest VTubers out there, they're mostly women. Like, it's hard to really point to a lot of male VTubers that are, well, over 100,000 on whatever platform they're on. There are definitely some out there, but it really seems the demographic leans towards female VTubers being more popular. And I mean, that kind of makes sense. The majority of the audiences out there are essentially, at least from my perspective, it's mostly men watching, and men tend to like their anime waifus. That said, it's not only men watching. There's a lot of women watching. There's a lot of non-binary people too. And well, today I just want to focus on what they don't tell you about male VTubers, essentially. Is this going to be a shit post from Giga, from one of the V Shoujo girls? Or is it going to be talking about a broader problem? I don't know. But I intend to find out. Reboot.
So Mr. Announcer's graduation.
Male VTubers before Luxium came out, I agree with you, were considered a joke, and it always pissed me off. Female VTubers and viewers of female VTubers would make fun of them. They're bad. And I was like, no, it's because their demographic has not hit.
For those who don't know,
That I do agree with. A lot of people just see male VTubers as like side characters, essentially. They just want to focus on their waifu. They don't want to. A lot of people don't want to engage with husbando, but I mean, they're wrong.
it's like a lot of VTubers kind of started out in there. Even a few like big corporate VTubers today. I just want to say, can you imagine if if Sen is one of the new holograms?
All of my dreams come true. You know who graduated recently? Hello? Is this the Avon lady? No, this is the Manscaped lady. Don't forget to do Command
What?
Shave Me for wonderful products to make your balls silky smooth. And for the ladies, don't forget that there are products for you too, especially the Crop Mop Ball Wipes, which work incredibly well to reduce all kinds of chafing.
That is very important. You want to make sure you don't have that chafing in your lady ball area.
Even better than powders, I find. Make sure to click the link in the description or use code GIGA at checkout to get yourself 20% off and free shipping on your order at manscaped.com. Thanks, Manscaped, again for sponsoring the video. Thank you. Giga shaved my balls. No. The tag is hashtag Giga shaved my life. Get it right, idiot. I've used them, they work. I have too. Anyway. Takes everything from us, our bits, our subs, our sanity. Yeah, you know what? I still want more. Can I get a thanks dip? Hey, Dars, thanks dip for the bits, idiot. There you go. I added an idiot for free. Was that good for you?
Is this like her type? Is she like yandere style? Vidal is your favorite male VTuber? I can't say I actually know them. But hey, I'm interested in checking out more dudes.
Mary! Whoop. How are you? What was going on today? Wait. All right,
Okay,
hold
so
on, hold
yeah,
on.
that is Lucius Merriweather talking with Giga. I was pretty sure you've never seen her talk before, or you've never seen her before. Basically, for the people that don't know, she is one of the newer members of V Shoujo. She is the second newest. The newest one is K9 Kuro, the first dude to join V Shoujo. Props to him for that one. But Giga was essentially a friend of the V Shoujo girls, and then just kind of joined the corporation as well. It just kind of seemed like a good fit for them all. At least that's what I heard, anyways.
Hey,
Woof woof.
hi.
Hello, dear Giga.
How are
today?
you? I'm good. What were you doing on stream?
Well, I was playing Battle Bit Remaster. You know, Mr. graduating lately. He's got his new song out, and
Yes.
Yeah, in regards to Mista, hey, go check out K9 Kuro. Totally unrelated, don't worry about it.
I think he said if it gets million views before this or this date,
He'll
then
keep his VODs up, right?
all of the K-pop stands in his audience, they were like, you know what to do, guys.
That's
It's
the
fucking time again. Let's
I was
go.
like, he's underestimating his community. Number one, people will come out in droves to support him. They will.
He should have asked for 5 million views. They
He
could have
should-
done it.
Straight up. That's number one. But number two, that's the thing is, a lot of these people came from K-pop, and one of the things that K-pop fans would do, they are so used to pumping views on videos to support their idols, and they have figured out the YouTube system perfectly of what you have to do to get a view to count. Because if you watch a video and then you just play it again, or you hard refresh and play it again, that doesn't count 2 views, it counts 1. And like, there are these systems, and they've
I used to watch a lot of male flesh tubers, so the overwhelming female creators was actually something I had to get used to when I started watching VTubing. Yeah, I know, it's like, it's honestly really trippy when you think about it. Broadly, a lot of the creators available, a lot of the creators out there, the bigger ones are like, it's a very male dominated space. And then you take a look at the VTuber scene, and it's largely a female dominated space. So, from what I remember, the corporations are, typically run by men. So, that's where the power is, despite the face of VTubing being women, essentially. I was so far back. I'm lost, Tibbs. Bedal is a creator of Neurosama. Oh, that's why I recognize the name. He refuses to accept that he is indeed a VTuber. Does he use a model for tracking himself? Because if he does, he's a VTuber. I don't care. I will argue with this.
Tested these for years on their K-pop idols to boost their music videos. As soon as he was like, 1 million, and we only need 1 million views, I was like, no, dude, that's like so
Bro,
little.
ask for 10, they'll do it.
Right, I was like, you're crazy, you're crazy.
It's an organized machine at this point. It's a pipeline. They can do it. There was one odd thing that happened. So Mr. Announcer's graduation. I don't know if you remember this, Giga. Male VTubers were kind of a joke before Luxia.
This is something I think about a lot. So I'm known as someone who supports a lot of male VTubers. I would like to state that it is because of that. Not just because a lot of my friends have always been guys and I have a lot of brothers. Like, that's part of it. But in 2021 and prior, male VTubers before Luxium came out, I agree with you, were considered a joke, and it always pissed me off that...
Correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Luxium like a group? Or was it a specific person? I honestly forget. I hope somebody will correct me there.
A lot of people that I was friends with were really good creators and I thought deserved it. And I was saying, hey, they just haven't found their audience yet. Once they do find that audience, or that audience finds them and a community builds, they're all going to do well because they're incredible. And then they did. But before that, female VTubers and viewers of female VTubers would make fun of them and be like, oh, they can't even break 20 viewers because...
That's pretty shitty of people to like just be shitting on them just because they're dudes. Like, come on, dude's half of the population. You don't need to be a dick about it. And I think there can be a lot of you can definitely play into the jokes of it, but I really don't think they should be largely perpetuated.
they're bad. And I was like, no, it's because their demographic has not hit.
I remember Shoto grew to like, I think like 1,000.
Right.
And that was like
Yeah,
right before December.
He debuted his own model a bit before Luxium, and he grew a bit, and I was like, oh my god, one of the male VTubers is growing from the West. Oh my god. And I was like, guys, it's happening. I was talking like it was like an Illuminati plot. I was talking to my friends and I was like, see, I was like, the demographics there, and they're finally finding Western male VTubers. You could see it works well in JP. It just the Western, and I was like, it's gonna be the K-pop fans. I was like going insane, and I was like, guys, it's happening.
There was this big theory that
I am glad that there have been more success for male VTubers. There have also been a lot of people that, or not specifically a lot of people, I have known some VTubers to like, or some male VTubers, cisgender male VTubers that use a female model. I personally don't think that's a big issue. It doesn't really have anything to do with what they're talking about here. But, I mean, it is still a demographic of male VTubers, regardless of how they present. And, like, the biggest example I can personally point to is Porcelain Maid, where Joel is explicitly a dude, but I think his lore is like his soul got trapped inside of a porcelain doll by an eldritch god or something like that. And that's why he has a female body. But largely I think it's not really worth much of anything to go after people just for being, well, dude tubers.
there must be some sort of untapped market here.
I think they just hit at the right time because, you know, COVID, everyone was home. The K-pop fans, which is the right demographic for that, found them.
Terrible timing for me because at that point I had upgraded my model to a maid outfit. Clearly this male thing.
Speaking of which, I would like to state that every male VTuber should have at least one picture of them in a maid outfit. I don't care. I will argue this on stream.
Isn't working that well, so maybe if I present a little bit more cute, people will be more likely to click, oh, bang, Daddy Vox comes, that's my girl.
I saw them growing and I was like, yes, Shoto and Mary are gonna have the most beautiful springtime. Like, that's what I was thinking in my head.
Oh, one of us did, yeah, one of us did.
Hello, everybody. And you have your little teacup.
I don't know the Shoto they're referring to. I probably really should. But I do know Merryweather here, the person Giga is talking to, has debuted their own VTuber agency, actually. That was a pretty recent thing, like a month or two ago, I think. Watched a bit of Shoto before he blew up. I don't know them off the top of my head. I might have seen some of their stuff, but just the name Shoto isn't bringing back memories, so to speak.
Hello, everybody, it's me, Orotuba Mary. Hello.
Chat's going, aloo, aloo.
Mary captured the ugly bastard market, though, so he was thinking well ahead of that.
I forgot
Oh, yeah.
about your ugly bastard model. I remember before you debuted that model.
Ugly bastard model? That's some Merryweather lore that I have no idea what's up. If anybody can point me to it, please do.
You were in a call in. You were in that, and I was in there. Joel was in
Did
there.
I tease the model?
Else. Yes, you teased the model. You were like, "Would you like to see my next model?" And I was like, "Of course." And then you show up and you go, "Hey, everybody!"
Oh my god!
Hey, baby.
Never mind.
I was crying. I was just sitting in VC.
You don't need to link it anymore. Thank you, Giga, or Giga's editor.
And I couldn't stop crying for like 10 minutes because I had never seen the ugly bastard model before. No one had done this. It was so funny.
I was joking with a few friends of mine. Male VTuber fans versus female VTuber.
Fits his lore too. I think he works good shtick for his character as a possessed doll. The twist is that it is possessed by a normal dude instead of an evil spirit. Yeah, for Joel or Porcelain Maid. Yeah, if I'm remembering correctly, it's just a regular normal dude that has been forced into possessing a doll or whatever by like some eldritch being, or I don't know. All I know is Joel is really funny.
Fans. The female VTuber fans. Oh baby, don't worry, we'll support you forever. Here's some fan art. You know, very lovely, very cuddly.
I always call it the lol Lamau chats because you go to a male VTuber's chat and he says a funny and everyone goes Lamau, laughing emojis. 3 laughing emojis. Lamau, lol.
This is so supportive. It's lovely.
It's incredible. It's great.
Then we've got the
Who doesn't love to see a supportive community? Regardless of whether or not you properly enjoy their content, it is still a nice thing to be able to just, you go into, you're checking out new creators, you're finding some content, maybe you see if you like it, maybe you don't, but it is nice to see the audience of that content positively engaging with not only the creator that they're watching, but also each other. That's kind of a big telling point. Like, if you don't have a supportive community, that's pretty obvious from the get-go. Not everybody's looking for a supportive community, but I mean, who's really going to turn away from one?
male VTuber fans who watch the female VTubers, and it's like, hey baby, yes 200 subs. Show me your feet. Oh, boomer! Yeah.
I paid for my time here, so you have to kiss the microphone. There's part of me, because my chat.
By the way, subscribe to the channel, like the videos and streams. I'll show you my feed if I hit 1,000 subs before the end of the year.
That knows that I try really hard to cultivate an audience that's not like that, which is like the outlier, because most people are like, they don't always necessarily encourage it because they don't want people to be too weird. But if someone's a little like that, they're like, as long as they're not harming anyone, they just leave them, right? And I always think about it and I'm like, you know, am I making a mistake by not cultivating that? Because I don't get as many gifted subs as some of these other people. I like.
Here's my thoughts on that. Like, even if they give you, or even if those viewers give you like a bunch of gifted subs or whatever, I think it can ultimately lead to a bad direction of where your community is growing if you let the more bothersome aspects of their behavior go. Because, like, as a creator, if somebody in your community or in your orbit is doing something that actively bothers you, it's also going to actively bother other people in your audience, in your community. So it kind of can push people away. I've had instances where there's been one really prominent person in my community, and it's like the majority of engagement in like my Discord server or whatnot was from this one specific person. And I thought I kind of needed to tolerate it a little bit, and because like I'm tiny, I need that engagement. But then it got to the point where I was like, okay, I'm just going to remove you from the community. And then once that happened, a lot of more people started posting in the Discord like, oh, they're gone? This place is cool? Sweet. And then it became active again. So, like, be mindful of that. They might be dropping a bunch of subs on you, but they might also be stopping you from cultivating the kind of community you want to cultivate. It's not the kind of thing that you can just cut and dry, person bad, remove them. At least not all the time. Sometimes definitely yes. But still, it's something that you really need to be aware of when you're, growing your community as a creator. It's also something that helps to be aware of as a viewer of content, whether or not you actually intend to, make your own. It'll still influence your perception of that community that you're checking out, seeing things. Howdy, Wild Hawk.
My community is, but I definitely, absolutely, for cultivating a great community, I take a hit financially a little bit, oh, show feet, okay, and then they like spin their model around, I'm like, ew, no, shut up, idiot. Like, if I tried, I really don't think I could. I would just be like, ugh. Have you gotten DBZ role players in your chat before? It's such a...
For real? That's a real thing? That'll be how I know I've hit success, when I have Dragon Ball Z role players in my chat.
Fun experience. And like sometimes they're in it too hard, you have to get rid of them, you have to prune them, because you're like, they're not going to flourish in this environment, right? It's not going to work. But I had one that came in and he was his whole own OC.
I was never a fan of the donations and super chat business model, but I can't really think of anything better. Patreon, personally, I think that's a pretty decent one. I don't know too much about it, but like, it's a pretty steady way to, or a pretty consistent way to support your favorite creators. Hint, hint. Perhaps go check out my Patreon that I'm not linking or promoting at all. I gotta hit that Patreon grind harder. Let's be real.
He came in, he was like, how strong are you?
Wait, Joe, you've seen that happen before? Like an actual Dragon Ball Z role player? That's pretty funny.
And I was like, strong. And he was like, oh yeah? Could you beat me? And then I noticed he starts replying to me on Twitter as well. I'd just post a picture and I'd be like, woo, it's summer. And he'd be like, could you fight me though? You look strong.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's great. Just start asking people what their power level is.
And it was incredible. And I was like, wait, I kind of love this.
I noticed he has the VT in his name.
He does.
This is a sort of a phenomenon that I kind of got fascinated by. But it's very early days VTubing, right around the time Melody debuted. Way back in the day, it's like 2.5 years ago or something like that.
Like eons ago in internet times, just 2.5 years.
Right. I mean, she just had her 3-year birthday, so it was 3 years ago. But it was a new exciting thing. A lot of people were becoming VTubers. A few months in, I did notice that there was some confusion on what a VTuber is. And
People
there was
started trying to define it, and then I remember that there was a lot of discourse between like how they defined it.
that is still an ongoing piece of discourse. People still argue about what or who is or is not a VTuber. Personally, I consider anybody that uses a live model to represent themselves, not just using like, or not just playing a sort of character, but like the live part is really important to me, so to speak. Like, so it's not just, but I mean, there's video essayist VTubers. It's just, to me, it's you're using a model to represent yourself in most cases, like based off of a I don't know, making some kind of fictional character, not using IRL content. It's so muddy, you can't properly define what a VTuber is specifically. Yes, it happened in the VTuber who used to do a mild form of roleplay, but most of her viewers were DBZ, so she would rip the... Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that. I have seen at least a handful, or at least a couple, like Dragon Ball VTubers, where they're making an original character that just happens to be like a Saiyan. 300 million SpongeBobs is all I'm gonna say. Appreciated.
One of the funny things that happened as a result of this early day confusion is that we kind of got grouped in with a pre-existing community, the Twitter anime role players.
Oh god, yeah. There is a lot of overlap with anime role players and people being VTubers portraying their own original character and then going along with the kayfabe of that. And obviously it does not surprise me that there's a large overlap between those two communities, because like people love to roleplay, people love their anime characters, and hey, a VTuber is an anime character you can interact with.
Yep. It was hard to differentiate between who was a VTuber in the sense of trying to be a content creator and then who was just trying to be a role player, right? You'd talk to someone and you'd be like, hey, I'm this character and, you know, I'm going live on Twitch at this time. They'd be like, cool, I'll come by, and they'll have the same username and they'll be hanging out and you're like, oh, this is probably like another VTuber. And then later on you'd figure out they were just role playing their character and they were never even going to become a content creator. And you'd be like, oh,
Yes.
okay. It didn't mean you had to be a streamer, you had to be a YouTuber, but like there was some sort of content creation. It wasn't.
Yeah, personally, I think VTubing is a medium, not a genre. There are so many different ways or kinds of content that you can create, and being a VTuber is just using those tools of like a model like I got or like Giga's got to represent yourself in that content you want to make. And I like to focus on talking content. I would honestly be a bit more expressive if like my camera was showing me directly, because like a VTuber doesn't capture all of the expressions of the actor behind it. But I mean, technology is growing really well. It's coming a long way. Kind of why I want to go to live 2D. But I mean, a model like Giga's is very, very expensive. But a model like mine is, well, this model is 100% free. I made it myself.
Just an OC. But all the people that just had an OC and acted as it but didn't create anything else, they were like, well, we count too because you were a person online acting as a character. And everyone on...
Yeah, okay, that's why I lean into make content rather than just portraying a original character, or rather than just role playing an original character that you like.
On the content creator side, didn't want to be mean to them, and they were like, well, technically, yeah. And then so they all put VT in their names, and then it was like a 50-50 when you met someone on like which they were. I remember this in like 2020 and 2021.
Yeah.
And so these people were really nice, and I'm still friends.
A lot of people too as well. I still know some today who are like that. They don't stream yet, at least. They don't make any videos, but like They put VT in their name still.
Friends with them.
I also know people who are actively removing the VT and VTuber adjacent stuff from their names because they're sick of all the, constant drama going on in the VTuber scene. All the constant horseshit that just keeps circulating on Twitter.
They were cool, and I was like, okay.
Oh, I think there's a few of them in. For those who don't know, it's like this. I guess at this point it's kind of an ancient VTuber server,
Yeah.
VTuber community. A lot
was,
of
like,
VTubers you
mystical at
know
the time.
kind of started out like vibing in there. Even a few like big corpo VTubers today, obviously not going to name names. But
Right.
They were like in there.
That's
back
where they
in the
came
day.
from. I remember because we were all a big friend group, and it wasn't a super tight friend group because it was so many people, and there would just be these.
That's like when you're playing Fortnite and or Apex and people have TTV in their name. Yeah, kind of. Like if you see somebody in a shooter or whatever with TTV in their name, odds are you can probably look them up on Twitch and they'll actually be live. Or they'll be they'll have streamed at least. But like I don't see a lot of TTV in people's names these days specifically. I'm actually more likely to see VT in people's names.
VCs, and we would all hang out when we were all smaller streamers and trying to figure out how this all worked, and we just wanted to chill. That was where I met everyone. I think after like my first month of VTubing, I was like in that server because someone met me on Twitter and was like, she's nice, she streams, and I got added in there. And then I met you, I met Joel, I met like Juniper, Bao, like all of them I just met in there.
Yes, it
all
is.
the
I guess
VTubers
it
came
is
from the
getting there.
Illuminati.
Oh my goodness.
You didn't even have to be.
Man, why couldn't I have gotten into VTubing at the start of the fucking pandemic? Well, live and learn. Hanging on the edge of tomorrow.
A VTuber, there were a lot of people that are just artists in there or just chilling, right?
I don't
Never-
even think it was intended to be a VTuber server.
No. And I remember I'd go in there and you would pop in and it would be like 5 a.m. for you, and you'd just pop into the VC and go like, wah, 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 and then like leave.
Yeah, I did
I
that.
like didn't even know you at the time. I just knew of you, and I was like, is he good?
I was role playing, dude. Come on.
I would roleplay back. You would do that, and I would be like, don't ever come in here and do that ever again. And I would like say stupid shit
Hashtag
back.
free
Oh my
Juniper.
God.
Other people just go like,
remember
who's that? And I would be like, shut the fuck up. I'm so
Maybe you could use a little display screen on your mecha model to display emojis or a little sound wave graph to be more expressive. I've been toying around with that idea. The model that I do have in mind, or like the mecha I have in mind to base the Gundam girl off of, that'll have like a little thing in the center that I could actually use, center of the chest that I could use that for. But on the other hand, that is still a very long way out.
still friends with like Cable and Sen. Sen isn't even a VTuber anymore. He
What? He's
graduated.
not?
No, he like quietly graduated a while back. He's like, hey, I'm gonna go work, but I still like see him in that server.
What? People do that? I thought we were all anime characters.
But we have to be anime, guys.
I just want to say, can you imagine if like if Sen is one of the new holograms?
All of my dreams come true.
Anytime any indie VTuber graduates, you just assume, oh, that's the next Hololive generation, I guess.
Yeah.
Someone's
Yeah, because when indie VTuber graduates, they're not going to V Shoujo. They might be going to like Hololive Niji Sanji if they're lucky. But the thing, given recent events, it's like if they graduate from, let's just go with Niji Sanji, they might get scouted by V Shoujo. You never know. It's true, we're all going corpo. Yeah, technically, I'm a corpo VTuber for YouTube.
graduating. Better make sure you get in their DMs immediately.
Wait, no, not yet, because I'm not partner yet. I used to be a corpo VTuber for Twitch.
Oh my god.
I know, it's okay, Giga. Please, you don't need to shit on me.
You know what bothers me the most? When someone debuts or graduates, that's when everyone shows up the most. I always knew you could do it. And I'm like, I never saw you in their chat. I never saw you support them. What? It's just question mark? I'm like,
Yeah, it's a lot of people seeing they see a lot of, or it's a lot of people seeing the announcement of graduation, and then they start, and then they like say something, even if they might not have directly engaged in their chats, they might have at least known of them from Twitter, despite not really getting into their content. Like, I engage with quite a few people on Twitter, but I don't actively watch every single one of their streams. I mean, to be honest, it's hard for me to watch streams because, like, my time is so fucky wucky because I work full time already, and then I do my own streams. That's why I want more VTubers to put out goddamn YouTube videos. Like, seriously, I love listening to people talk about random bullshit. I don't care if it's like you're going on about your favorite Pokemon game or whatever. I like people talking, or I like listening to people talk about what they're excited about. And there are a handful of people that do that on their streams, but the Twitch streams don't last forever. And it's hard to find the certain segments that I find interesting. It's kind of like what I do with my content. I'll talk about a bunch of different stuff, but the different topics, specifically the main or the more important topics, so to speak, quote unquote, I'm going to turn those into full-on videos. Most of my VTuber consumption is through clip channels. Yeah, honestly, that's where I get a lot of it too. Like clips on TikTok, or I actually haven't been on TikTok in a while. Or like the Clipper channel, so to speak. Like, I really, 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 really like Shy Lily, but I rarely ever even catch a stream of hers. I mostly follow along with clip channels of hers that get put out, because most of the time I don't have the time to catch her streams. I've been pleasantly surprised to find that the just chatting stuff has been real nice to do. Yeah, like, honestly, I was pretty surprised too when I started making the transition to it. Because, like, I was just like a lot of the other VTubers. I just wanted to play games on stream and be famous. And then I kind of realized that you're not going to grow very much from just streaming games. If you want to just grow from streaming games, you got to really know your market. You got to know the times in which the bigger streamers of that category are off, so you can, take advantage of that. But with just chatting stuff, like, it's just great to me. I love listening to people's opinions on stuff. It's the preferred content I have, or it's the kind of content I want to see more of, which is what drove me to make the kind of content I currently make. I make the kind of stuff that I would want to see more of. Sure, I don't watch my own videos, but I do kind of want to inspire other people to start making videos similar to mine, so I can watch them off stream, because I like listening to people talk. And I also like listening or consuming media that is made by anime people on the internet. It's just kind of fun to me. You mean people will sit here and listen to me neurodivergently infodump? Unironically, yes, people will. It's just so surprising. Because, like, I went from the size of being like, I don't know, a couple, a couple viewers, 2 to 3 at a time. And then, well, right now I'm currently sitting at 7 people watching, it looks like. I don't typically pay attention to the viewers or the viewer numbers. Same, my favorite is VTubers I Love. That is a pretty good channel. I don't remember if I'm following them, but I have seen their stuff. I like the out of context stuff. It's really, really funny stuff to me.
Or yeah, when an indie VTuber's graduating and people start thinking that they're gonna go on and do something. Oh, I'm gonna miss you so much. And I'm like, you didn't miss them for the past couple months, and yet you didn't watch, so.
Okay, right. We're on that topic or point with the video. I've actually got a friend that I haven't watched too much of their streams, to be honest, I have joined them on stream a couple of times for collabs, but like I haven't really watched a whole lot of their streams, mostly because of, you know, I'm usually working or asleep when the people I want to watch are streaming. And like they've recently announced that they're going to be graduating in January. But I also have some background knowledge. They've got plans. They're not completely done with things. They just want to try something new. And not everybody that is graduating is just, I'm completely done with everything, goodbye. Sometimes it's, I'm done with this persona, see you in the next life kind of thing. Not always going from indie to corporate kind of thing. Sometimes it's indie to indie. You never really know. I normally just watch the algo serves me, which is normally Henya, Buff Pup, or Shy Lily, watching Daily Dose normally while they eat. Yeah, that makes sense. I tend to watch stuff while I'm eating too. It's like, I mean, I don't like just sitting around doing nothing while I'm eating. That's kind of weird.
Imagine faking a graduation, just like nudging all your viewers, being like, "Hey guys, I'm gonna pretend to graduate. Just
to
play
see how
along."
Twitter
like,
reacts, other VTubers.
Yeah.
That's a joke that actually goes around quite a bit. Jokingly graduating. Like, it is kind of dick move to play with your audience's emotions of, hey, I'm graduating, but not really. That's just a long shit post that not everybody is going to read through. But the big thing is, to me, is it's done a lot. It's kind of boring at this point. There's nothing new about making that joke, really, in my opinion.
So, oh my god, I'm gonna miss you. Oh, don't worry, I'm still here. You want to collab next week?
Like, you just keep streaming and you tell the people that watch you, that actually watch your streams, what's going on, but then on Twitter you pretend you're graduating.
Oh yeah, man.
Maybe I'll do that
I do
one day.
think. Oh, you should, Giga. It would be hilarious. I think you could pull it off way better than I could. I think people would find a way to get mad at me. I feel like,
I have never had a real hater in the wild, ever. Like,
Really?
never, ever. The only hate I've ever seen for myself was one guy, maybe two guys, but I think it was the same guy, DMing me weird stuff on Twitter. He was mad about me being friends with his Oshi, and
What's the new Star Rail character? Giga? Yeah, it is.
was convinced that we weren't actually friends and that I was taking advantage of her or something. That is the only time.
People are weird.
That is a weird fucking hater. Personally, I haven't had too many haters. I've had more than a handful. I'm gonna go with most notably is a wannabe kill stream that tried to cancel me or some shit.
I'll occasionally get the odd hater showing up in my chat, depending on what game category I'm in, you know?
Yeah.
They'll show up like, oh, you're pretending to be fake.
Popularity breeds contempt. True.
Thank you, fake furry.
Fake
Okay, I've
furry.
seen those. I've had
What are
people
you
come
talking
in
about?
and be like, you're probably ugly IRL. That's why you have the avatar.
Oh my god, VTubers hear that one so fucking often. And I personally just laugh because, like, my face has been public since I started in content creation. I just use an anime avatar because it's fun. I like it. Nothing wrong with it. Like, you can... Hell, one of my most recent one of my most recent thumbnails actually has my eyes in it. Like I didn't do a full-on face reveal with that thumbnail, despite my face already being public, but it was still enough. Gets people aware. One of my friends is going hybrid, IRL, and VTubing. Nice.
Yeah, that's
And
a
you know
classic
what?
one.
Let me tell you something. When I see an uptick in people coming in and doing those things, it's always
Male VTubers not really your taste. Prefer to watch female tubers because haha boing boing reference go burr or preference go burr. But I've been noticing a lot of them popping up. Yeah, I mean, I think most people in regards to VTubers prefer to look at anime girls to anime guys. But I think there's still, yes, that is very Lucius Merriweather. But there's still definitely a market for male VTubers. It just doesn't appeal to literally everybody.
Summertime when school's out. I'm
You're-
like confident it's like teenagers, literally.
You are 100% right, Geek.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you why. The amount of toxicity online goes up the moment children have time. I've been posting my own little cringy
Oh my god, that's true. It gets so much worse when there's free time for the fucking kids. They got the worst takes on the internet. Don't take them seriously. Don't engage. Also, if you're under 18 and watching me, fucking why? Go away. I don't like you.
meme comics for the longest time.
Yeah.
My
COVID
dream.
happens, school's out. First time I ever receive hate from my comments. Ever. Continues for a solid 2 years.
Yep.
Suddenly schools go back, the hate disappears.
Yep.
It's magical. There was a certain demographic of underdeveloped brains. And
I
like,
see
it
it.
makes sense because all the people who were like going out, they all had like little Maury profile pics.
Have a good sleep, Tibbs. Hey, VAS.
Danganronpa profile. Yeah, I see what's going on here.
They were usually K-pop fans that were swapping over to VTubing, or they had some male VTuber like art of them as their profile pic, or
Yeah.
anime girl
You actually find it weird how often the immersion breaks happen, and it's revealed that the IRL person is actually very attractive. I'd expect it to be more. You'd expect there to be more unattractive VTubers. I know, right? Like literally, every time I see VTubers versus IRL goes trending, it's like just showing that VTubers are actually hot behind the screen. They just like being anime characters. And there's little snots like those two who go looking to wave the pedo card because mom and dad never hugged them. Yeah, there's a lot of people like that too. Not necessarily a significant proportion, but it definitely exists. As for immersion clips, immersion breaks, I have several clips that still use my face. Yeah, I've got some clips on Twitch that still have my face, and like my older videos, I've got like, I don't know, 3 or 4 of them that have my face of when I was a flesh tuber before I actually started in my YouTube content grind. The guy in the vid sounds like a pompous Brit, not a fan of the voice. Hope it isn't natural, otherwise I apologize. I believe Merryweather is British. I'm sorry to say.
profile pictures, but specifically girls from gacha games.
I go from never having any problems online. Suddenly, I'm being ratioed by some Danganronpa profile pic and his like million followers from Discord servers where they just make fun of people. I was trying to communicate with them at one point.
Wait, Merryweather is Danish? Huh. Goddamn, people like Sargon have forever tarnished the British accent. 100% agree. Thought he was Belgian. Turns out he's Danish, apparently. We're going to go with that info.
Mistake, right?
Yeah.
All they do is send me that bird, you know, the shoehorn bill bird? Or the stone faces, right?
Birds aren't
Like,
real, by the way.
I st-
It's a literal conspiracy theory. Birds aren't real. Spread the word.
Yeah, the Moai.
Wait, why do people use the Maui statues? I don't get that one. Is it like just a stone face thing? Is it a fucking zoomer thing? I don't understand it.
Statues, yeah. Oh my god.
Yeah, it's a fucking zoomer thing. Thank you, Giga. Birds aren't real, they can't hurt you. Yeah, exactly. They're not real. They're just government drones trying to control your mind forever and all time. Has to be a zoomer thing. That's what I honestly think. I honestly don't get it. Just like horses. I get horses more than that. But like how what does it represent? What do they mean by that? There's a VTuber that uses it as their Oshi mark. Are you referring to Maui of Knowledge? I think he's a V supporter, or was a V supporter. I don't know if he still is. Moai. Like, this is who I think you're talking about when you say, the stone-faced VTuber. But, I mean, that's just me. I don't personally know the dude. They seem cool. H Bomber guy has a thing that says where he says horses aren't real. Oh, okay. I forgot her name, but she was an Australian wolf girl. Oh. Well, I've never heard of them. Maui Stone is like, damn bro, you got the whole squad laughing thing where no one's laughing. Oh, okay, it's like it's an ironic thing. I get that. I get that. We try to keep children off parts of the internet they aren't supposed to. But those goobers are always going to find a way around, and it sucks. Yeah, I know. Oh, hey, Nightbot, glad you could join us. Cute angry face, by the way. It is pretty cute. I'm bothered by the eyebrows, but like, why is it going into my expression so much this stream? Because like, I haven't changed my settings. That was a pretty interesting video by Giga. Glad she actually got a dude on stream to talk about it. Rather than me just inputting my own thoughts into the topic itself. Koseki Bijou, she did it as a meme because it's a joke on Moe. Oh, wasn't Bijou the bunny girl? No, I'm thinking of somebody completely different. Okay, I can show that. This is apparently Koseki Bijou. I have no idea who this is. Hololive talent, it looks like. I don't know if they're still active or not. Alrighty, we should move on to the next segment, I guess. Oh, really? Yeah, I'm like so out of the loop with Hololive and Nijisanji, to be honest. Yeah, I usually got some time in between segments where I'm just shooting the shit with chat. I got 2 more videos I want to go over. At least for this stream. Wow, 47, 48 minutes for that last one? Holy shit. There's a branch of content that I don't personally really get into. The Sour have indicated they might be interested in you. Oh, nice. That's the one that Miko got into. I don't personally know anything about Be Sour. I'm like, hey, it's resources to help with your content, right? Holy shit, it's getting warm in here. Okay, actually, before I jump on to the next segment, I'm going to disappear for a bit and take a quick bio break. I has returned. Typically when I do take a break, it's like when I actually take a break, it's like a longer break. And I just replay my old content. Personally, I think that's the best way to handle a break on stream. Because like you want to keep audience retention up while you're, away from stream taking your break. And people are wanting to watch you, so just seems to work. Where's my drinky? Next topic is going to be about the girlfriend and boyfriend experience, essentially. If you know about it, share your thoughts. I don't know how many people in my orbit anyways engage with the GFE and BFE kind of content. For those that don't know, that stands for girlfriend experience and boyfriend experience type content, where the creator seems to kind of develop and cultivate a one-sided thank you for that, a one-sided relationship with their audience, where they're pretending to be the audience's girlfriend or boyfriend. Sometimes I want to ask if it's like a land of leaf flag. I have no idea. But there's a lot of people that do kind of resonate with that type of content. It really does not appeal to me, mostly because I'm aromantic and don't feel that kind of attraction to it. I personally don't think it is, inherently good or bad. But I think it can lead down overly parasocial roads. That's kind of what I worry about. Yeah, Lola, we're kind of on the same page there. So what I'm actually going to be going over right now is a video by Depressed Nusagi. I've covered a handful of his videos before, and this time, well, he's taken us through his thoughts about the morality of the GFE and BFE. So, without further preamble, take it away, Nusagi.
Here's the thing about VTubers and streaming in general. They are all parasocial. We are all
True.
parasocial to some extent. I've made an old video delving into this topic, and I came to the conclusion that parasocialism isn't necessarily a bad thing. These days, it's just a word that everyone uses to describe someone who is too far gone and decided to go full psycho over the content creator they like. But if you like or follow a content creator or a celebrity or even a fictional character, you are parasocial. If you regularly
True. It's something that I've also talked about quite a bit on this stream previously as well, where you need some kind of parasocial attachment to get people coming back and stuff. Hey, Boink. And like getting people interested in you, getting them coming back to check out your content. It requires a sort of, at least somewhat, some kind of parasocial attachment. But like, you know, you really got to worry about how far off the deep end it can really go. And well, I've talked about it a lot. GFE is peak content. Is it because the moment it falls apart is where the comedy begins? I guess I can see that. It just does not appeal to me at all. It's just not the kind of thing that I personally have interest in.
follow my content and is a fan of mine, you are parasocial to me. And sometimes that one escape from the fucked up thing that is reality could actually do wonders for one's mental health or inspire you to do things or a brief reprieve from work or school and everything stressful in your life. Again, it really just depends on what the fans do while being parasocial. But in certain situations, there is a point when parasocial relationships become unanimously and unquestioningly bad, especially when the content creators are the ones that actively elevate this parasocial relationship and feign returning back the love or attention, cultivating your feelings in greater depth.
While that does help with building your bond to your community, it also leads into that unhealthy relationship of there are a lot of people that are attention starved, touch starved. They can't get that sort of feeling anywhere in their lives, and then they kind of fall into expecting it from the creator that kind of endorses it, sort of. Personally, I think it leads to pretty unhealthy mindsets, despite it not being, you know, inherently a bad thing. Hey, Tanbach.
While a lot of VTubers can roleplay being your mom or your dad or your friend or your whatever, the hard line for what is considered
I'm a big sister. Mostly because like I don't have a mommy or daddy thing. I got a good relationship with my parents. That's why I want you to call me big sis. Help you get stuck in the washing machine.
morally wrong and predatory is often arbitrary in this industry, and I have found that it's really a matter of subjectivity. But the one thing that a lot of people draw the hard line is on one specific kind of roleplay. That roleplay being when someone explicitly pretends to be your lover, appealing to your ego and preying on your loneliness. This is known as the girlfriend experience, or the boyfriend experience if they prefer men. In content creating, gachikois and unicorns are always going to be a universal constant, especially more so if you're a VTuber, and especially
I don't quite know what the term gachiko is. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna show my tourist ass a little bit. I do know what a unicorn is. That's somebody who falls too hard into the parasocial relationship and feels like they have actual control over the creator that they watch. Essentially. I'm very, very, very much simplifying it. I do have a video that goes into more depth about unicorns if you want to check that one out. Just search for unicorns on my channel.
especially if you're in Hololive or other agencies with similar cultures and stylings. But what the fuck does unicorn and gachikoi even mean? Gachikois, shortened to
thank you.
gachis in idol speak, are fans that are in love and will support their favorites no matter what. And a unicorn, derived from their mythological counterpart, are fans that only support and engage in pure and virgin women, meaning they only approach and support the most idolest of idols and those who never had any interaction with people.
Okay. Well, that. You better step away from Mechanico. As the topic has gotten worse over time. Yeah, well, this video, like, I'm pretty sure Nisagi covered Mechanico, and like this video is only a month old. Dude, your Oshi isn't going to boink you. I mean, depends on your Oshi. You might be able to get lucky with some what isn't. You might be able to get lucky with some lewd tubers. You don't know. I don't watch her a lot, and I don't know much about her. But Lucy Pyre is a really good video on it. She does. Actually, I like Lucy Pyre. She's really funny, and I think she's got some good insights. Though she does a lot of shit posting, but she's really good at the shit posting.
Penis havers.
Oh my god. What a great time to unpause.
A lot of people confuse the two or even use them interchangeably, but there's a subtle distinction there. A unicorn is not necessarily in love with their oshis but will throw a hissy fit if they dare to approach a penis haver, or if the penis haver dares to approach them. A gachi is in love with their oshi, but they won't necessarily throw a tantrum if a male approaches them. They can, but there are often occasions where they don't.
Okay, so that makes it, that explains it a bit better, so to speak. Like a unicorn is like fervently against any sort of female streamer collabing with a male streamer to dumb it down. And a gachi koi is just somebody that, well, really likes their oshi. Would you like me to post a link in the Discord or something? Yeah, sure. If you don't mind dropping it in the Briley React requests at the bottom of the Discord in my, category.
Don't get me wrong though, they're not completely
As a poly person, I've never heard unicorn be used that way. Yeah, I know. It's like, it's honestly pretty weird for me too. Because like when I hear unicorn, I'm thinking of the context from like the grinder sphere, where it's like a unicorn hunter is somebody looking for a bisexual woman to sleep, or like a couple looking for a bisexual woman to sleep with. So like it was kind of culture shock for me to get used to hearing unicorns in this context. It's called Twitch, not Tinder, you turbo virgins.
safe.
True.
There is a time and circumstance where gachis actually do mentally break down and go psycho mode, and usually it's when they find out that their favorite content creator is currently in a relationship. A gachi may be a unicorn, but a unicorn may not be a gachi. The line they draw for their
All unicorns are gachis, not all gachis are unicorns. This notion is still debatable. Unicorns prefer untouched virgins, gachis prefer single, but may not be virgins. Unicorns get away with, or get angry when Oshi engages with opposite sex. Gachis get angry when Oshi is in relationship. Okay, yeah, I can see why there's a lot of overlap to this. It's kind of like comparing bisexuals and pansexuals.
Their favorite VTubers are noticeably different, and based on those definitions, you can probably see why unicorns are a bit more volatile than gachis. How fans come to this stage of parasociality are dependent on multiple factors, and honestly,
The virgin thing sounds like something he added on his own. I know how it comes across as like his personal bias kind of thing, but like, let's be honest, he's been in the scene way longer than at least I have, and he's been more engaged with the the corpo VTubers and their communities than I have. I tend to focus on indies, which is my preference. Like, those terms were the same at one point. Honestly, I don't know. It's like, it's kind of a culture that I'm kind of going into and learning about. This sounds very red-pilled. Yes, I believe, excuse me. I think Nusagi tends to be red-pilled. I don't know 100% though. Overall, I do kind of like the guy. He's just got some stuff I disagree with.
it deserves an entire video to truly explore. But as an example, if a streamer group or agency or the individual streamer themselves have cultivated a culture where that kind of experience is normalized or even necessary, then the chances of birthing gachis and unicorns spawning there is increased significantly. At least,
Yeah, like, I don't know if he's going to get into it a whole lot, but the types of people he's describing as like unicorns and gachis tend to cultivate around like idol culture. It's just a weird offspring of it, I guess. I don't know what the proper term is. Oh, no, I mean the stuff he's talking about, the unicorn scotchies, it's incel behavior. Yes, like the unicorns and gotchis themselves, they are fully incels. Like, there is no denying that stuff. They are permanently online and think they can control stuff. I definitely remember him asking more VTubers to be more like Andrew Tate, so lol. Wait, what? I don't remember. I didn't see that at all. When I see people looking for unicorns on Tinders, it's normally a guy that wants the Lamprey Man from X-Files with a girl that's way too young. Yeah, the people on Tinder and Grindr that are looking for unicorns, they're usually not the best people. Just saying. Gotchis and unicorns will be mad at me if I try GFE and it turns out, whoops, I have a man already. I want to try trolling that way, get millions of fans in the GFE and cuck them all. Well, I mean, if you look at the racist spheres, cuck is pretty goddamn popular in terms of content that they enjoy. These terms origin in Japanese otaku culture. Otaku culture? Yeah, I kinda expected that much.
Compared to places where no such culture exists or is only faked. Hololive and other idol-related VTuber agencies are subject to this, especially since in idol culture, interacting with males are generally considered not good. Hololive and similar cultures
That is so fucking weird to me. Like, why is it such a big issue for women to interact with men at all in terms of content creation? It's part of why I don't personally want to be part of like Hololive or Ninji Sanji. Not only because I wouldn't own my own VTuber and stuff, but because it's just the kind of fan bases they cultivate with Hololivers and Ninji Sanji talent leaning into the idol culture essentially. I just don't like it. I think it's down the road it leads to very problematic stuff and it's very, very, very hard to manage. That's just my opinion.
kinda puts an unspoken pressure on the girls to follow the same, and this action attracts unicorns especially. Hell, some Hololive girls are genuinely afraid of even interacting or talking to a male. But still, even if those kinds of cultures aren't cultivated, again, gachis and unicorns will always exist. Now, the reason why I'm talking about this is that when someone does the girlfriend or boyfriend experience, they inadvertently spawn or cater to gachis and unicorns. By pretending to be their fanbase's lover, gachis' birthing rates shoot up exponentially. By pretending to need no other, or hell, even show that the content creator is hesitant in interacting with the opposite sex, unicorns rejoice and feast. In the VTubing industry, there are no greater examples of
So
VTubers
weird.
doing GFE and BFE than Hololive's Uru Harusha and Niji EN's Vox Akuma. And these two has a rather weird reputation. Rusha is more notorious and the poster child of
I'm gonna be completely upfront. I don't actually know anything about Rushia or Vox's controversies or whatever they've gotten into. So largely I'm learning a lot of this from Nusagi. If other people have other sources to learn from, please let me know.
GFE gone incredibly wrong in this industry, because her downfall from Hololive actually happened due to her own unicorns harassing her for daring to have a male friendship and leaking an interaction with one, and her subsequent overreaction to it.
What? Well, I mean, you're kind of playing with fire when you're cultivating specifically that kind of audience. It's like, you gotta be real careful with the direction you take your content. It's like, as an individual creator, you gotta create the kind of content that appeals not only to you, but also to your fan base. So like, you do kind of gotta be aware of what the majority of your audience feels. You gotta be aware of, or you gotta at least consider how you think they would react to how you engage with certain things. Just my 2 cents.
Now, a lot of people think that this was deserved because by doing what she does, she set herself up for the eventual attack by her own obsessive fanbase. Rusha is quite literally the face of parasociality in this industry. She roleplays hard as that one yandere needy girlfriend VTuber, and by hard, I mean really hard. Her acting for her adoration and love and jealousy for her own fanbase is so good that it makes people question if she's actually being half genuine when she says the things that she says. And unfortunately for her, a rather significant percentage of her fanbase believes it, and that applies even to this day. When she streamed with 2 penis havers on stream recently, she was rained by a substantial amount of dislikes.
I just want to say, it's completely unrelated to this video. It just makes me laugh. It makes me happy that Nusagi has been referring to men as penis havers. Or like he's largely referring to men, but not explicitly gatekeeping it to be men, because like there can still be women with penises that engage in this. I mean, I don't engage with this content, but I am a woman with penis. Rushi is now Nazuna and oh cringe
And unsupportive comments, to say the least. GFE is so ingrained in this woman's content that it now follows her pretty much everywhere she goes. Our BFE counterpart Vox Akuma has also been subject to a shit ton of unicorns and gachis in the past. He has faced severe backlash because of these people, and yet he still actively pursues it, tripling down on the boyfriend experience.
If I remember correctly, I think I had covered this a little on stream like a while back, but like he kind of got into hot water regarding his audience engaging with other creators in a negative way and then kind of like dismissing it. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what Nusagi is currently referring to. I don't fully know. I don't actually watch Vox.
Whether he knows it or not, he is defeated by the pressure of his fans. That's his niche. That's what his fans want. Even if there are multiple times he drew that hard line. But when you think about it, is he necessarily wrong when he still pursues BFE content but mock and disavow his own unicorns? He is aware.
That's actually kind of funny. A kind of funny dynamic where you're actively pursuing the BFE content while calling those people that are engaging with that content like disgusting and fucking weird. It's like he's playing into their degradation kinks, and it's like kind of perpetuating it. Crazy begets crazy. Very, very true.
That he is doing the boyfriend experience, but from the name itself, that's really only what it is. An experience, a service. He is only role-playing and sticking to a kayfabe because isn't that what a VTuber is supposed to do? Put on a performance? He is only doing BFE for the sake of the content, and while he has to take some semblance of responsibility because again, doing BFE content inherently entails volatile gachis and unicorns,
Bro.
it poses the question of whether or not he is entirely at fault that his fanbase cannot draw that hard line and can't keep their feelings in check.
Okay, so I believe I've also mentioned my opinion on this previously on stream, but I'll quickly go over it again. I don't think that a creator is responsible for every single individual in their community or like the actions of every single individual of their community or of their audience, but the audience as a whole largely is a reflection of the creator. It's especially true, it seems, with bigger creators, where if you're not really outwardly constantly condemning that kind of behavior, it's just going to be cultivating more and just keep repeating, especially if there's the type of creator that just is like, well, I'm not responsible for my fans, I'm just going to wash my hands of it. That is, in my opinion, a passive endorsement of that behavior they're supposedly condemning. It's just one of the ways of being responsible with your platform. I don't think I'm 100% responsible with my platform. I'm trying my best though. But it's really hard to really properly know what's the most responsible way to handle every single situation. But with BFE, GFE content, it gets a lot trickier. Because that's kind of your livelihood at this point. Like at Vox's point, it's his livelihood to keep playing into that. If he dropped that content just altogether, I would imagine he would see a large dropping in his follower base. That's just my predictions. Take my word with a grain of salt. I am a dropout. Not very responsible for a select few, very responsible for the majority. Yeah, pretty much.
The question is, why should Vox or other GFE or BFE doers be responsible?
Oh, especially if you do actually, like, if you're in a situation where there actually is somebody from your community actually going out and, harassing somebody or threatening somebody, and then you kind of do gotta deal with that, because if you don't, it's just kind of going to keep festering. It's going to keep getting worse.
Responsible of their fan base being mentally ill and volatile when they're just doing their job as a VTuber. So, on my last stream where I talk about Michael, my chat and I had a really interesting discussion of whether or not BFE and GFE is morally wrong, and I got mixed responses with equally valid arguments for both sides. This is very interesting because it just shows how divisive the topic of BFE and GFE is, and whether or not it is an acceptable form of roleplay. Even in VTubing, the one corner in the internet where you can supposedly roleplay and put on a kayfabe as literally anything. So let's have that discussion right here too. Let me have your input in the comments. First, let's delve into the argument about why GFE and BFE is not a bad thing. So, why
I'll make my argument before he gets into his. I don't think it's inherently a bad thing because it's just a type of content to enjoy. It's a form of ASMR. It's a literal experience that's being sold. It's not an actual physical service, so to speak. There is nothing that is inherently harmful about it, more or less. And that's kind of the perspective I'm coming from anyways.
GFE and BFE isn't wrong is the fact that the streamers are selling an experience, a product, a performance. It's addictive, it fuels bad feelings, and has a shit ton of studies as to why it's bad. In fact, you'd see a lot of people tell you not to do it, yet still think it's not inherently wrong. The core argument there is that the responsibility is up to the individual fan to separate themselves when it gets too real and control their feelings. They need to remind themselves that this is not real.
Yes, I would also say that it would also be important of the creators themselves that create the GFE and BFE content to occasionally remind people hey, we don't actually have a connection. This is an experience you're receiving. It's not real. Remember, we gotta learn how to separate reality from fiction.
The consumers are responsible for the products they consume. GFE and BFE content isn't shoved down people's throats, unlike other more predatory products that has a similar downward spiral, like porn or gambling. Because in those cases, there's a shit ton of ads in it literally everywhere. GFE.
The most I can say is avoid method acting in regards to that. Other than that, go with what you want. I kind of get that.
GFE and BFE is a kind of experience that one has to actively seek out. There are healthy ways to consume it, like, again, escapism. But if you are actively seeking out that experience to live in this delusion in an unhealthy way, and you have a very weird expectation and assumption about your relationship with the VTuber, that's no longer the streamer's problem.
I definitely 100% agree there, because I don't inherently have any problem with people engaging in a little separation from reality, enjoying their fantasies a little bit. I do kind of have a problem with people only engaging in that kind of escapism. Because if you're honestly focusing on escaping stuff, you're not making anything better. You need to kind of you need to address the problems in your real life that you're trying to escape from. I think this kind of content should be a supplement, not a replacement for life experience.
That's a you problem. So, I pose the question again. Is it really the VTubers' fault if a portion of their fanbase are complete nutjobs and not take steps into helping themselves? But
Inherently, no, I don't think it's the VTubers' problem or responsibility specifically. I just think there are ways to, well, responsibly engage with it. Just don't stay 100% in the GFE, BFE kind of stuff. Take a step back from that at least every once in a while. I think that would be the most healthy way to engage with it if you want to focus on that kind of content, if that is kind of your bread and butter.
But as for the contrary argument, GFE and BFE is bad because you are feeding something of an addiction. It's just business, yes, but it's the exploitative kind of business.
Yes, it's a kind of addiction that some people just can't control. They're trying to escape from a life that they don't like, and they don't really think about it too much. They just want to get away from the bad, and I can't really blame them for that, but I can blame them for, not taking steps to make their lives better. If there's literally nothing they can do to make their lives better, then, well, I sympathize with that, and that's fucking awful. You just gotta keep striving to make life as good as you can, right?
Where you quite literally leech off of the crippling loneliness of single, desperate, and mentally unstable people. You are like a drug dealer, conducting business, and again, it's a morally wrong business.
That, I'm not the biggest fan of that asset that guy's using. That's kind of sus to me. Mostly because I'm not a bottom, so it's just weird for me to see that perspective.
With severe repercussions and a complete lack of concern for your own fanbase. GFE and BFE naturally entails unicorns and gachis, and that makes your fanbase inherently more toxic and volatile. It's like a
True.
ticking time bomb, and when it eventually blows up in your face, then whose fault is it other than yours? You don't blame or fault a bomb for exploding. It's literally what they are and what they're for. Of course a bomb is gonna fucking explode when you play with it. There's an inherent
Now, I do think there is merit to that argument where, when you're indulging in just GFE, BFE content, you're kind of you're kind of placing volatile elements together, and then as you indulge in it more and more, it's just becoming more and more likely that those volatile elements are going to merge and the bubble will burst, so to speak. So, like, it is kind of on the creator themselves for not recognizing that type of culture they are cultivating. And then if there are people that just are aware of that and engage with it anyways, those types of people, oh, they're bad. I consider those to be the bad bads. People need to sprinkle in leftist political VTubers. Yes, like me, like Surus, like Zeka, like Lolotov Cocktail, like Marina VT, like more. We need more. We need more leftist political VTubers.
danger to doing BFE and GFE, because you're fueling the toxic kind of parasocial relationship. It cultivates bad people, so it's morally bad. And therein lies the divide. Then again, there are instances where the girlfriend experience or the boyfriend experience doesn't have a hard line or set up boundaries, where the streamer doesn't tell their fanbase to touch grass or remind them that it's not
Shout out to Lolotov Cocktail. She's great, by the way. Do check out her streams over on Twitch.
real, where they promise not to involve themselves with the opposite gender and a few other things. And in those circumstances, that is 100% a bad thing. At the end of the day, my opinion is that GFE or BFE is only wrong when the streamers themselves set up no boundary. or if they also go too far.
Yeah, that's something that should have actually been mentioned a lot earlier in this video. I'm kind of upset at myself for not thinking about it, but if you're going to engage with problematic experiential content kind of things like GFE and BFE, set boundaries. Boundaries are so goddamn important as a creator, especially to set them earlier in your career in the industry and then stick to those boundaries.
It kinda depends on how they execute the kayfabe. Ultimately, I think it's the streamer's responsibility to set up the proper precautions.
Can I just say, what the fuck is up with people loving Yandere? I don't get it. It just seems like walking red flags to me. Toxicity is bread and butter of the internet. True. Roll with the punches and make limits for how many punches you can take. True. Essentially.
Boundaries and reminders if they're dipping down on a type of content that has some inherent danger to the fanbase, like the GFE or BFE. There has to be proper communication between the two parties. If that is done, I think that's then up to the fanbase's responsibility to listen.
Vox Akuma has actually done a decent job of establishing boundaries as of late. I would hope so. I think he's gotten into hot water more than once about his fans. Use that term.
Listen, making sure not to get too hooked and detach themselves whenever necessary. But failing that, then that's when I think the streamers are complete douchebags and are at fault for conducting it.
I don't understand it, but I can sympathize with people who want someone to be completely obsessed with them. Yeah, like I kind of get that too. You want to know that the people you're engaging. Oh God, I don't want to be looking at that. You want to know that the people you're engaging with are, interested in you and all that. But it's just a type of content I don't get. It does not appeal to me. I just don't get yandere. I mean, if you want to get into it, or if you want to indulge in that content, have at her. I don't really mind. It's just not my cup of tea.
Making sure not to get too hooked and detach themselves whenever necessary. But failing that, then that's when I think the streamers are complete douchebags and are at fault for conducting it. I mean, hey man, just do GFE unironically and you'll be fine. A few VTubers do it, and everyone, including the streamer, is self-aware of the things they're doing. It's all just for fun and gags. GFE and BFE is risky business, but there's a reason why people do it. The rewards of these kinds of things are very massive. For example, Russia was literally Covercorp's biggest moneymaker in 2021, and Vox was NijiEN's biggest for 2020.
I think the appeal of yandere is having a girl 100% loyal with a hint of domination. Yeah, that makes sense. It does seem like it's mostly bottoms into yandere stuff.
It cannot be understated how much GFE paired with the lewdtuber trope does fucking wonders in raking in cash and clout. But it also—
Oh, holy shit. You combine GFE, BFE experience and like hentai and adult content. Holy shit, does that stuff sell? People love their hentai, especially when they can interact directly with their favorite hentai figures.
also draws in a lot of pushback and criticism, and whether the conductors of GFE or BFE care about that is ultimately up to them. In fact, other than one's reputation, GFE and BFE has one severe cause that has been observed in a lot of its practitioners: their mental health. Doing this type of content—
Music in the background is from Needy Streamer Overload. I have no idea what that is.
and seems to have profound negative effects on one's psyche in ways I can't exactly pinpoint or describe. Or perhaps one needs to already be somewhat unhinged to fully commit to the bit. Could that be why most GFE or BFE VTubers are mentally, unwell? Does doing GFE make you mentally—
Heard the Hololive Indonesia girls have been good at setting up boundaries despite being corpo idols. They regularly collab with male VTubers and FleshTubers. Oh, that's actually really good to hear. It's good when people are able to stick to that. It's a visual novel type game where you manage a streamer who's completely dependent on you. Huh. Okay. That doesn't seem like it's up my alley, but as long as people enjoy it.
Ill, or do you need to be mentally ill to do GFE? Honestly, it could go either way. In any case, I don't have the qualifications to analyze and say anything about that, but it might be an interesting psychological study to look into. So my opinion in the end falls to the not necessarily wrong crowd. But hey, feel free to disagree. I'd like
I mean, as one, I don't really understand the appeal yans like me get. Maybe it's the passion and loyalty. Maybe it's a sense of danger they're tagged with from the genre. I mean, it could be a excuse me. It could be a combination of all the above. Honestly, it might be a combination of all the above. I don't think there's a single specific answer. It's very, very subjective.
to hear your thoughts over in the comments. So if your favorite GFE or BFE VTuber
Me? Uncultured? Are you kidding? I watch a lot of hentai.
aren't reminding you already, let me be the one to do it for them. It's just their fucking job. It's a business. None of it is real. It's a temporary experience to comfort you and make you forget about your problems for a little bit, help you unwind. So don't get too attached, okay? I would severely miss you if you go on the deep end. So be strong for me, okay? I'll be here for you. For you, for when you want to come back, I'll always be. Just you and no other. Be a good girl, or be a good boy, and watch my other videos too. Is that okay? I'm embarrassed now. Why did I say that? I can't tell you what to do, but I can't stay here for long. So, again, be strong for me, okay? I'll have to disappear and...
That's one way to end it. I certainly appreciate that. That was a pretty solid ending to that video. Like, I'm gonna be real. I do have some problems with Depressed Nusagi, but he puts out some banger content. I can't deny that. It'd be pretty cool to talk to him, but like, eh. Okay, I essentially have like one video left to go over. There were Yandere's movies in the early 90s. Basic Instinct, Fatal Attraction. I can't say I know them. Well, next topic's going to be very... Let's go with controversial. Yeah. Gotham. My kitty wants to step out of the room. I have no idea what you guys are talking about. I'm gonna be real. Yeah, my cats wanted to leave the room. Next segment. Yeah, don't worry, we're getting to it. We're getting to it. I've just kind of been putting it off because like I don't particularly like talking about the subject, but it's always going to be coming back. I think I've watched that Lucy Pyre video. I can't remember. Oh, Oh, yeah, I think I've heard of Basic Instinct before. Like, I've at least seen that scene of the crossing legs and, like, the references to it. Fun fact, did you guys know that Abraham Lincoln invented the choke slam? I don't know if it's true or not, but I feel like telling people. Okay. Been parodied and referenced a billion times. Yeah, the instance I think of most is from The Simpsons where what's his name? Groundskeeper Willie was wearing a kilt and he did that. I think yandere obsession is gender flipped version of girls who are into serial killers. No, I mean that really, really tracks because like true crime murder podcasts is like crack for white women. It is surprisingly popular. I had no idea about this shit. Oh. Okay. We'll get on to this last segment of the stream. Just forgive me for delaying it because I do not like this subject. And my chair is so fucking loud. Let's talk about something fun for once, VTubers. Oh, I'm gonna be talking about Lolicon Shotacon. The subject that always returns to the VTuber community. This time, I'm gonna be going over a video where the girlfriend of one of my Discord server's moderators was in the video. Oh, good. Yeah, it's kind of, yeah, you see why I'm delaying it. I'm also taking a little time to roll some weed. Because, like, after stream, I'm going to go smoke some weed, and I'm probably going to be hanging out in my Discord server. So, like, if you want to chat further, join VC after stream. Like, I do also want to play some Dark Tide after stream. I've been missing that one. I want to play it more. You miss weed? Oh, bro, move to Canada. I'll get you high. I'm not going to give you the girlfriend experience, but I'll be your weed supplier. Let me guess, lolly model doing lewd gesture? Yes. Going to be talking about that. My state started cracking down on Delta 8, Delta 9 gummies. Sag? What? You should let people have edibles. Edibles are fine. Edibles are actually better weed dealer experience. Edibles are legitimately better for you than smoking a joint. Unironically, like smoking a joint doesn't do the same damage that smoking a cigarette of tobacco does, but it still does do damage to your lungs. You can't deny that. From what I've heard, edibles are the safest way to actually indulge in weed. I live in ND, the Canada you bought off Wish. You say ND, I think to myself North Dakota, but I know you're British. Oh my god, I spent like... You can't get around that, it's smoking. Yeah, it is. Wait, you actually do live in North Dakota? Huh. Like, I mean, it's not out of the realm of possibilities to move from country to country. It's just typically you don't see it. Though I'm gonna be real, I've worked with people that have been from all over the world. Canada is actually fairly multicultural, especially the city I live in, Vancouver. I actually used to work with a British guy in a job a while back. Okay, I have a joke about a British coworker, but it involves a slur. Would you guys cancel me if I said it? Because I really want to say it. I think it's really funny. And don't worry, I won't get banned on YouTube for saying it. I might get banned on Twitch, but I don't stream on Twitch, so I don't care. It is kind of annoying to be collabing with people that are still on Twitch, like, because I like calling people crackers, but you can't do that on Twitch. You can on YouTube. You can say worse things on YouTube. North Dakota better than Turf Island? I honestly have no idea. I just freaked out because I heard my own voice, then I remembered I was downloading a bot and it must have auto opened. Oh god, I hate when that happens. Literally happened to me this stream because like I forgot I watch my chat on the YouTube app. So I don't have to. God damn, I got a lot of bubbles. I don't gotta have like a specific window taking up a ton of my computer screen. But then I forget to turn off the audio for my phone, and then I start hearing myself back. Fuck's sakes, that reminds you? What's up? This is how you remind me. Need to finish editing your video? Oh yeah, it is kind of important to do that. I'm gonna have to make sure I do a quick video edit as well for Monday. As long time watchers or longer time watchers know I do, I release, one video a day from Monday to Friday. I said fuck because the filter of my joint fell out. Need to learn how to do that? Yeah. I mean, I don't do anything super special with mine. Stalling is usually a sign of mass discomfort. I mean, yeah, I don't really like talking about lolly show content. But I do kind of feel like this latest bit of drama is worth discussing. Because I got opinions. And as Toledo would say, these opinions got hands. As Dennis Leary would say, the filter's the best part. That's where they put the heroin. My coworker would say the filter's the best part. It's where they put the cyanide. Because, like, there's trace amounts of it in the filters. Part of why you shouldn't smoke those fiberglass filters of cigarettes. 3-hour video from a horror game called Silver Chains. Never heard of it. God, I swear to God, this Rev video is going to take me like an hour to get through. I can just tell right now. God, do I really want to go over a Rev video? Or should I? Yeah, I'll go over the Rev video. I just want to roll one more joint, and then we'll talk about it. Okay? Okay. Oh no, a Rev video? Yeah, a Rev video. Turns out the girlfriend of one of my Discord mods was showcased in this video, and they've been getting harassed a bit. It's fun when the harassment comes from inside the video, or inside the community too. Had a little bit of an issue, but handled it privately. Not going to be going around calling out shit like that. Making content out of, well, what has been handled privately. Braver than you? Girl, they're not even that hard to go over. Dude's terrible at making his points. I don't get why people like him so much. He is kind of the Ben Shapiro of VTubers, which is funny. I kind of wonder who the... excuse me. Who the... Your POV on the lolly issue, all that for a drop of clout, block buttons need to be endorsed. Yeah, I kind of get that. Oh, damn it, why do I know Rev? I ask myself that too, boink. And like, hell, I even get some pushback of like, I shouldn't be going over Rev's video, not giving any of it, giving him any platform, that kind of thing. I don't know. I personally feel like it's important to engage with the ideas you dislike. That's just me. I don't think I've watched his... Wait, we never heard the British worker joke? Was that it? No, I actually haven't said it. It involves the F slur. But I'll tell you, don't worry, don't worry. I actually really like the joke. I used to work with a British guy, and he was a pretty cool dude. On occasion, though, on breaks, he would come up to me and ask, hey, can I bum a fag? Because we were smokers and he needed to have a smoke. I'm pretty sure he knew the meaning as, or the double meaning as a homophobic slur, because it's either that or he was calling me a lazy cigarette. Is it really platforming if you're smaller than somebody? Yeah, exactly. And is it really platforming if you're disagreeing with their points? Personally, I think it would be platforming if you're just endorsing their points and not actually criticizing or responding to them. Oh no, what? You know what's the most annoying part of the Lolly Show discourse to me? It's how fucking... No, like, the term bum a fag itself is, can I borrow, or can I have a cigarette? But, like, I was referring to the F word specifically. That was a homophobic slur. And I'm pretty sure he knew the meaning of that. Otherwise, he was just calling me a lazy cigarette. That was the joke. At least Rev criticized Yandere Dev. Yeah, that's true, but like, who actually endorsed Yandere Dev? Except for Munahar 3 years ago. Oh. I'm gonna get into my personal gripes with Lolly Show enjoyers later on when I actually get into the video. you can't platform someone with a bigger audience. It's literally impossible. Platforming implies introducing someone to a broader audience. Yeah, exactly. Though some people can make the argument that they wouldn't have known about Rev at all if it weren't for my videos. And I'm like, and personally, like, yeah, I mean, a couple of people like that, but dude has 600,000 subscribers on YouTube. My content is not going to change. Yeah, I personally disagree with a lot of Rev stuff, but like, it is what it is. I don't like the yoke. It is a yoke. It is what it is. Okay, I got my stuff rolled. I'm not smoking it yet. I'm saving it for after I accrue all the brain damage. It's been like months since I've been over a Rev video. Dude has more subs than most people who oppose him. Unironically, he's got more subs than the majority of people opposing him combined. After Party High? Absolutely, after Party High in the general VC in the Discord. That's my main gripe with lolly VTubers, reading the comments filled with those emoticons. Yeah, I got different opinions. Actually, I'm gonna disappear for a quick second, and then we're gonna get into an hour of me yelling at Rev. Okay? Okay. Okay, okay. Excuse me. Let's talk about it. Let's get into it. Enough stalling. Once again, the topic of Lolicon has returned to the VTuber scene. For those that are unaware, there has been a recent development with a certain lolly VTuber, and it turns out a lot of people had mutuals with this, had mutuals with this person. You go have a good time at work. The video will be out later when you want to check it out. Basically, a lot of people, or it started with a simple call out of, hey, this person puts out disgusting content. If you follow them, block me, kind of thing. And personally, I don't care about mutual following problematic person. I think there's more important things to focus on than who people are following. My big problem with lolly VTubers is kind of the people who ardently defend Lolicon and Shotacon, just like up in arms always. They just happen to also have imagery that kind of reminds me of 1940s Germany for some reason. they tend to have symbols in their names that just happen to look like symbols from that time in history. Uh, it's 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 a crossover that I get confused by, but we're not primarily talking about the people defending that right now. We're going to be talking about a specific lolly artist and VTuber that has recently been made more aware of. And unfortunately, a side product of the attempt to cancel, so to speak, is drew a bunch of eyes to her platform. So it kind of like helped her platform or it helped consolidate more of the lolly enjoyers into them. But I don't think it did too much for their like actual content. I think it helped their Twitter, but not really anything outside of that. Anyways, we're going to listen to a adult man using a child avatar talk about people with child avatars. If you have never watched Rev Says Desu before, I am sorry.
Hey, what's up guys, Rev here.
Hey,
so
Rev.
currently there is a very vile situation taking place in the VTubing scene.
Yeah, it's called The Biggest Commentators Are Problematic.
Another round of harassment campaigns have been launched against a VTuber, and there's a lot of important stuff to go over today in this video, so buckle in because it's a pretty wild ride. So the focus of today's video is going to be a lolly VTuber named Honey. Unfortunately, Honey has been the subject of multiple harassment campaigns and call-out posts made by not only Twitter users, but mainly by her own peers in the VTubing scene. Now,
What? Like, it's a lot of people on Twitter being mad that she's using, well, the design she's using, the characteristics she's going with. Kind of pretty sus to have. We'll get into it.
these posts direct their followers to not only slander and harass Honey, but also to report and deplatform them in the process. Now, you might be thinking, why is it so normalized, and why are all these VTubers feeling so free to make these really just aggressive call-out posts? Well, I think it has a lot to do with some...
The biggest thing was she had an already established account and then rebranded. Oh, I'm going to get into that because I looked into her account. I don't fully buy the didn't know because she rebranded. She was using an adult looking avatar as late or as recently as February/March of this year, and then fully went with the lolly avatar. What's this about spooky? Oh, spook used to be used regularly as a slur against black people in America. Penguin phase bunny VTuber. Yeah, I don't get it. But Rev here likes to push back against like anything progressive without really engaging with it. Sorry, your opinion here? Oh, you're totally fine. For the most part, I honestly think the people engaging in my chat are asking questions in good faith, so I'm willing to actually answer them in good faith. I completely understand that there's a big likelihood that people not know exactly the history of the word spook or whatever. And like, I guess it's kind of important to be aware of it, but I don't think putting like spooky in your name has any issue. At least not these days, for sure.
Some situations happening over the past couple of days. 2 days ago, I made a video about this tweet and tweets like it, where apparently now you can't see the term spooky anymore, and there's a lot of VTubers who took this opportunity to threaten to block or cancel people if they use the term spooky during the Halloween season. Eventually,
yeah, there's a lot of people that I call puritanical progressives. The more derogatory term towards them would be woke scolds. It's essentially people that are arguing for progressive causes, but they require you to be in complete lockstep and agree with them on every single point, or you're part of the problem. I have had people that have basically trying to shun me from the left, essentially, because I didn't agree on every single progressive take they had. I had disagreements of how we can properly make leftist advocacy. But then there's people who but then there's these people that just, they don't want any sort of flaw or problematic trait in the people that get bigger. Essentially, they scrutinize the bigger people harder and harder. It is problematic to be like, specifically like this person, I don't even know who they are, don't use the word spook or spooky. Like, yes, it does have that history of being a slur, but nobody these days is using it as one. I wish one of the puritanical progressives tried being a government official. Yeah, I know. It would help if they had that kind of... It would help if they had that kind of experience to learn more about the universe, the world, how it works. Considering the term is old racist term, you got to be really racist if you spook in that way. Yeah, like, I'm gonna be real. I don't think anybody that uses the word spook at all these days use it as, like, knowingly as a slur, knowing its history. I think people are just wanting to say it or use it because, you know, it's October, it's Halloween time, things are getting spooky. Unfortunately, it's a lot of, you know, white people talking on behalf of other people. It's like, no term. Shut up. People are definitely using it as a slur, and you can tell when they are, and they're normally over 85. Yeah, like the people that actually tend to still use that word are like, they're either really, really old, or they're really, really young and trying to find new ways to be edgy. But like, most of the time when they are actually using it as a slur, they're showing how dumb they actually are.
Spooky anymore, and there's a lot of VTubers who took this opportunity to threaten to block or cancel people if they use the term spooky during the Halloween season. Eventually, we saw this post that was directly calling for the deplatforming of a YouTuber who called out some of these posts and made fun of them for being outraged over the term.
I can understand the call to deplatform VTuber Cringe. I don't think he's a very good person. I don't think he puts out very intelligent takes. I think all he really does is, you know, highlight harassment. At least that's kind of what the vibe of the videos of his I've gone over. This Koodaloo person, I've heard their name before, but I don't like, I don't quite remember them. I think I might have engaged once or twice. That person seems like a Twitter woke scold. Yeah, I just prefer the term puritanical progressive. Peepees. The peepees are mad. That's fun to say. Say that. So, years of reports on how VTuber Cringe is harassing many vulnerable people and dehumanizing them constantly in videos. I mean, yeah, the first video of cringies that I saw was a hit piece against a leftist VTuber named Vivi-chan, and I kind of found out about her because of that, and now I'm loosely positive acquaintances, I'll go with. I like her. She's a lot of fun. I've been on her stream a few times. I gotta get her on this stream. There's also been like 0 likes, less than 2,000 views. This is platforming. Yeah, like a lot of the time, Rev will say there's a broader harassment campaign, and then like 100 views at most, or the top tweet, the one that gets the most engagement, And then like his own tweet, if you can't see it down here, 2,500 likes. And it's like this Kudaloo person is the one engaging in the broader harassment campaign because they put out a Twitter essay of why they don't like VTuber cringe.
The term spooky. And I think seeing this post get a lot of support, people saw this and said, hey, I'm going to make my own call out post for clout. And that's exactly what they did.
I saw him going after a black VTuber just for asking for more darker skinned VTubers and corporate VTubers. That tracks. And hey, we're on to this part.
Now, the tweet that would get attacked on Honey's account is their pinned tweet right here. You can see the finger gesture, and a lot of people might see this and get uncomfortable because it's a lolly VTuber model. And that is totally fine. You don't have to like any of these things, but there's only one mature response to coming across something online that you don't like, and that is to...
Is it to block them? Or is it to throw a public tantrum in like your video you're making right now? Oh, that head is so big. I know, it's fucking great. Yeah, Becca, I said I was going to cover it. I know you don't like me doing it, but I got to engage. I feel the need to shit talk these people.
To either block or mute them, and then move on with your life and focus on your own content. Unfortunately, a lot of VTubers don't do that method, and instead make these ridiculous call-out posts.
Or these ridiculous videos highlighting the tweets that get less engagement, as you can see. It gets less engagement than the actual tweet itself. It's not a literal baby, but it's like a 6-year-old depiction of a 6-year-old.
So this is the main post that we're going to talk about. It's by a VTuber named Ray. They say, if you're my moot with this person, kindly block me. I don't support pedo behavior. That model is a literal child and they're pinned. And if you support that, you're a vile human being.
I don't personally think there's anything wrong with that particular tweet. I do think it is pedo behavior to, you know, be an adult and then characterize yourself the way you want to show yourself to others is like a 6-year-old or younger, like kindergarten age as an adult, and then go on with making sexual jokes. Now, I will differentiate because, like, I have a problem with this depiction. I have less of a problem with people like Chibidoki making the jokes that I've seen her make, or actually Vivi Chan. She's a petite model. Don't call her a lolly, you'll piss her the fuck off. But she's also a petite and then makes those jokes. But the thing is, when Chibidoki or Vivi Chan have made those jokes, they've been very explicitly, you can tell they're making a cringe weird joke, like I'll show you my feet and then all they do is turn their model upside down and that's it. Or they'll but they don't do like the more towing the line of, can you tell if they're joking or not? Rev feeds the mainstream masses the cringe that is too niche for the VTuber frogs. Or the YouTube frogs. What? I still think a lot of VTubers need to accept/stop being in denial that they're courting a particular audience, whether they want to use that lolly label or not. I mean, in Vivi Chan's case, that's literally her body type. I can't really shame her for wanting to portray her own body type. So, like, I hate how much nuance there actually gets added when you add in VTubers to it.
So in this completely unnecessary call-out post, they're calling Honey a vile human being. They're insinuating
Yes, that's what they're doing.
that they're a pedophile, and then they're saying that they're a literal child. And of course, they have this little attached part at the beginning. We'll see this a lot in the video, basically giving an ultimatum to their mutual, saying if you continue following this person, I'm gonna block you, and things like that. It's absolutely crazy. But this
Chibidaki, Vivi-chan, Gargura, Taya. There's actually quite a few. There are a handful like Rev, but like, let's be real, Rev doesn't actually properly want to be a VTuber. Also, in the case of Honey, this is not her body type. She has posted cosplay pictures before. I've seen them. I've seen her face. This is not her body type. This is how she wants to look. Wonder why they're calling her a vile human being. Huh, yeah, it's almost like the sexualization of what clearly appears to be a 6-year-old gets people mad. I wonder why.
This is the person who is launching the main harassment campaign. You can see a lot of interactions with this post, almost 400 quotes, and it's targeting Honey. So let's just get this.
Targeting Honey in the point of a screenshot. It wasn't a direct quote tweet, so like, let's just ignore that part too.
This out of the way now. We know the theme of this video. There's gonna be a lot of this. Your likes are public, and let's start with the person who made this post named Ray. Of course, they have a bunch of underage characters in LOL.
Rev, you've made the argument that Lolly is about body type and not age. Why the fuck are you bringing up a picture of Yoko Littner? And also, where is the actual hentai of this? What's wrong with liking cute pictures but not wanting to see sexualizations of those people? Like, come on, let's not be a dipshit grifter for once.
Lolly characters in their likes. Are we surprised? Absolutely not. But it's funny to see this happen.
Wait, how is she a lolly? I thought she was a little more developed. I can't remember. I would classify Rebecca as a petite, not a lolly, mostly because of her actual body type. Looks like it's developed, but still petite. Only one of those characters is a lolly from the look of things. Yeah, like this one right here. Isn't that like the only real petite body type here? Well, I guess Rebecca too. But, you know, Rebecca acts like an adult from what I remember.
And so many people blindly support this post because they're itching for any opportunity to dunk on a lolly VTuber. But let's look at some of the reactions to this situation. And I want to start off with this tweet because it really just captures everything. It captures all of the outrage in the situation. So a VTuber said, "Really disappointing to see I have a ton of mutuals following this person," referring to Honey.
Wait, why did you censor C? And why are you virtue signaling by hiding their name but not Raygat's name? Or Raygat's name? Raygat's the one that went private because after this fucking video came out. Or at least after Rev started engaging with them. And, you know, Rev's community of people who just happen to like childlike characters and who just happen to make a lot of the same jokes and stuff that Nazis make started engaging with them. So, like, just saying. What is up with this?
I can't stand VTubers that look like literal children and sexualize themselves, catering to the pedo community.
Ads? I don't have ads. What the fuck? Oh, wait, for AdSense? No, but I see a ton of mutuals following this person. That's not sex or anything. And then he brands as one person as the entire VTuber community. Yeah, it's like what a lot of these reactionary people like to do. They will find sensational segments or points to point to, and then ascribe those traits to the entire broader group that they're pushing back against. So, like, every single anti-lolicon now has to stand in lockstep with this, and it's like, no, we don't. I personally don't care that I have, I'm gonna say around 100 mutuals that follow her. But I also don't care about follow policing the people I follow. I mean, he's censoring the mild swears so he can keep his ads. I guess so. Yeah, probably.
It's disgusting. If you follow her, please unfollow me. So,
yeah, plus overall this is like so harassment baity. This is so directly saying go call her that. It will be, and natural implication of that that some people will follow along with, but like that's not the sentiment that these people have been expressing. They've been expressing that this shit makes me uncomfortable, and if you're comfortable with it, I'm not comfortable with you. That's kind of what they're doing. And like, well, these kinds of tweets don't get as much traction if you're just randomly posting it into the void, but when there's a time of a big call out kind of thing where it gets a lot of traction, yeah, it's kind of relevant to refer to what you're actually pushing back against.
Again, they're insinuating that Honey is a predator and saying all these things and telling people to unfollow this VTuber and unfollow them.
Rev, don't conflate predator and pedophile. There is a difference between a person who preys on children and somebody who is just attracted to children. An attraction doesn't mean you're directly going to follow through on it. For someone who doesn't like the watering down of the word pedophile, you seem to do it a lot.
All these things. And I chose this one to start off with because it is deleted. And this is their response to deleting this tweet. After harassing Honey, they say, deleted that post about the lolly VTuber. I didn't expect it to blow up like that. If you don't align with my views, just don't follow me and please leave me alone. I don't want any drama. I don't want any drama when I make a drama-filled call-out post on someone that I could have simply blocked and move on. I mean, look at this line right here.
Rev, you could have simply blocked and move on, yet here you are shit-talking somebody to your 600,000 followers, your 600,000 subscribers.
If you don't align with my views, just don't follow me and please leave me alone. Jeez. Wouldn't that be great if you did the same thing for Honey, who did absolutely nothing to you, by the way? You could have just blocked and moved on. But
wouldn't that be so great if you did that too, Rev? To somebody that hasn't done anything to you except shit talk the kind of art you more than likely beat off to? Come on, Rev. Seriously, this is why I don't like watching his videos. He just makes me angry.
Instead, you contributed to the harassment campaign, and then when you get criticism for that, all of a sudden you're like, oh, please leave me alone. It's completely ridiculous. But let's move on to another person joining in on the harassment campaign. This individual said, why would you make
He makes you angry, lol. Yeah, like I'm better at hiding my anger and dealing with it than a lot of people, but I don't fucking like this guy. There's a reason I haven't gone over his video in like months. I wonder if he's actually going to say that this character does not actually look like a child, like he did with Judy Hopps and or not Judy Hopps, yeah, with Judy Hopps in like a previous video where he said there was no difference, and it's like, wow, bro. I wonder how many playgrounds he isn't allowed within 100 meters of. I would hope all of them.
a child-looking model do that? That's disgusting. And then down here someone said, and why not? People can do whatever the F they want to do. Where the VTuber in question said, was about to answer you properly, but I just realized your Twitter name was Roricon and you retweet CP.
Yeah, like Rev is a drama content creator. He will shit talk people and say, if you don't like people, just block them. But then his entire content is about drama about people he doesn't like. I do engage with a lot of drama videos about people I don't like, but I also try to make videos about people I do like. I can't remember if Rev actually does that, but like everything I've seen from him is, you know, shit talking to people he doesn't like.
Pedophilia is illegal. That's disgusting. Now, I have this sensor. These are my sensors, and there's pretty much not a pixel I can even show in this video. But they shared a picture of very lewd lolicon art, okay? Like actually getting...
I'm gonna be real. I wouldn't want to screenshot their shit posts to use against them, because like why would I want to save that to my phone? Especially because I'm Canadian, and fun fact, if you draw, I don't know what that word means. Like, given its context, I'm led to believe it's a reference to genitalia, but I don't really want to go into detail about it. It just seems very, 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 very cringe. What was I going to say? I can't remember.
You know, okay, all the way. And they just said that this is
Right. In Canada, if like that honey VTuber, if I were to save a picture of their spicy post, like they haven't had any spicy posts, but let's say they did, and then I saved a picture to use against them, that could be counted against me, because like in Canada it's literally illegal to indulge in underage art, whether or not it's like of an actual person. If it's like depicting somebody underage, you can get arrested for that in Canada. I can't remember off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure there have been at least some people that have actually been arrested over importing dojins of it.
CP, and it's illegal. And they just reposted an uncensored screenshot. And they go on to say, like, oh, I censored it. They're referring to this right here. There's an option on Twitter to have like a warning on tweets you have to click to see in order
to flag your not safe for work stuff. Yeah, it's been importing that has been getting people arrested. Yeah, or like if you just happen to have it saved on your computer, like the majority of the time people aren't going to be busting in, breaking down your doors, FBI open up. But like if it does happen that they need to look at your computer for like something completely unrelated and then they find it, you are going to get prosecuted. Having lolly manga as their carry-ons, really? Like they didn't even try to import it through the mail, they just carried it onto a fucking plane?
do that. And like right here you can see the hide option if I wanted to turn it back, but they think that makes it okay because they censored it, when in reality they didn't censor anything because the fully nude images are right there. So I got news for this person. If you actually believe this was CP, every single person that came across this tweet would be another count of distribution for you.
He does have the point there that if you do believe it's actual CP, that yeah, you are spreading it yourself by not censoring it yourself. But we just kind of have to take Rev's word for it that they didn't actually censor it, because like how can he prove that they weren't censored unless he linked to it? But then he would be linking to not safe for work stuff directly on YouTube, which is a no-no. They probably thought it was legal because of all over Twitter. Quote tweeting a screenshot with a censor wouldn't be distribution. Yeah, but what Rev is saying was that this person didn't censor this. Rev is saying that they they distributed uncensored stuff. Like if literally this was what this person posted, but like we can't fucking find out. I wouldn't take Rev's word on it either. He does a lot of lying. That's why I don't go over his videos. It takes a long time for me to go over. We're 6 minutes in and I've been recording for half a goddamn hour.
That's how serious this stuff is. It's just mind-boggling, the hypocrisy. But they would go on to explain. So people would say, according to yourself, you just distributed this stuff. And they said, well, I'm not reposting them directly. I didn't post that to distribute it. I used a censor and I'm not in possession of that stuff. So I'm safe. And then
I used a censor and I'm not in possession of the stuff. Like, I mean, if you're reposting it, you are saving it to your computer. But like, I'm more likely to trust a rando on Twitter that's being talked about by Rev than Rev himself. I'm willing to bet that this person did censor because I just don't trust Rev. But like if she did post, or if they did post the uncensored version, they're big time hypocrites, which is what Rev and his community seems to really love to point out, that your criticisms are invalid because you're a hypocrite. You shouldn't trust people that accuse people of pedophilia ever. Yeah, it's kind of like that's the argument he's making.
Down here saying, not reposting, just showing proof. Oh, I'm glad you're gathering proof. Let me just make this clear. You're not a detective. You're not a prosecutor. You're a Twitter
Oh, I just realized he didn't censor their name right there. He cares so much about not unintentionally directing harassment to bad people or to people he doesn't like. Very cool, Rev. Very, very cool. I can't even tell if he's doing this live or not because, like, it looks like he is censoring everything before he even streams if he is doing these segments live. But it seems he missed something.
user.
Wait, no, he directly knew because he fucking just comment about it. Account suspended, it seems. That person he's talking about here.
Please stop doing stuff like this. If this was actual
Oh, he doesn't always censor names. Yeah, no, he puts out the opinion of you shouldn't unintentionally direct harassment to people and like you should censor their names. That's a good thing. But when I was featured in a Rev video, I wasn't censored. I wasn't censored at all.
CP, you would be breaking the law in this situation. But moving on, we saw a lot of posts like this. So this individual saying, I got some mutuals following this thing. Please either unfollow her in the next few hours or I will simply be unfollowing you. Imagine being this terminally online and having such a main character syndrome that you think your followers and mutuals have notifications on for you.
Oh my god, imagine being this kind of person having a giant 600,000 platform and then using a 7-like tweet as part of a harassment campaign. It's dumb.
And will be checking your Twitter every hour to make sure you make a post like this and comply with it. That's absolutely insane. You're giving them an ultimatum where they have to see this post and act on it within a few hours or you're going to punish them. It's completely...
Personally, I do think it's pretty cringe behavior to offer this kind of ultimatum. I wonder if Rev's going to put out any of the tweets that are like, hey, or if he's going to show any of the tweets that are like, hey, this stuff is pretty cringe, but like I'm not going to be offering an ultimatum. Rev, you're a drama VTuber, dude. Lol, you're just as terminally online as them. It's his job to be terminally online, and then he'll decry other people for being terminally online. It's the typical right-wing thing. Look at this tweet with 7 likes. This is what the whole left believes. Yeah, exactly. It's what they constantly do.
Insane. You have another tweet here from a VTuber saying over 300...
Oh, they actually censored this person. This is the girlfriend of one of my Discord mods.
Mutuals following this person. I am completely and utterly disgusted. If you support this kind of behavior within the VTuber space, please do not interact with me. I want nothing to do with you. This is a VTuber model of a literal child. Again.
Rev, what? How does this imply harassment? This is saying, I don't like this shit, don't engage with me. It's just pointing to a direct reference of what they don't like. And yeah, people use literal in a figurative sense. People don't literally die from being bored. And as much as I dislike the people using literal to mean figurative, I acknowledge that people do that. I meet people where they're at. It's kind of what I do. I don't mind ultimatums like that. Some people really need to feel safe around their followers. You engage with the platform how you want to engage. I personally don't think it's very healthy to be issuing ultimatums like that regularly, but I also don't see the people that I'm used or in contact with regularly to be offering those kinds of ultimatums regularly. That was a valid use of literal. Like, it gets gray area because yes, it literally looks like a child, but it's played by an adult. It's made by an adult. So Rev can like fucking argue it's not literally a child, it's fiction. Please don't harass me. That's encouraging harassment. Yeah, that's kind of what Rev's take is. I mean, if you have to issue them regularly, I want to know why you're getting such weird followers. I honestly don't know. I don't see anybody regularly issuing them.
And literal child being used. But I got news for you. If you have over 300 mutuals following Honey's account, I think that says more about you than anyone else. I think
I wonder if Rev's actually going to go into the issues that people were having regarding them, because like they did use different models previously. If he doesn't go into it, I will show you guys.
there's a pattern there with the kind of people that you follow that are clearly okay with this kind of content. Here's a similar post.
It's almost like there's people who play centrist fucking assholes that downplay how bad this shit can be to, you know, let it perpetuate within the system.
Saying tagging people I follow who follow.
Okay, yeah, this honestly I think is giga fucking cringe. Like tagging every single mutual you to 4 likes. Wow. To tagging all your mutuals like you're following pedo bait kind of stuff. Like, yeah, it's good to let them know, but like if you're going to go out of your way to tag every single person that you're mutuals with that is following this person, you can just DM them if you're going through that much effort. Like, seriously.
Follow because F pedo baiters, and they tag all of their mutuals who are following Honey, publicly shaming them and putting them into a situation where they need to act or they're going to be
You think your last line got censored? It's not popping up in my chat as censored. Yeah, this is the wrong way to go about with dealing with this. It did, OMG. Really? Because like it's been showing me messages that are supposedly hidden and then giving me the option to, like, you know, display them or not.
followed. Anyone who does these sort of ultimatums, that is not your friend. I am sorry to say, if someone is going to unfollow you or block you or whatever based on who you're following on social media, that is not your friend. That is a person who wants to control you. That's all it is. It's all about power. They want to make other people bend to their will, and they exploit situations like this to get a kick out of controlling people that they're supposedly friends or mutuals with.
Yeah, it was probably auto-censored or something. But like, how can you say that this looks like an adult? At all. It's literally a schoolgirl uniform. She's got that tiny red backpack for Japanese children. The big head, the undeveloped proportions. Like, I just don't see how people can defend sexualization of this.
But here's another, I mean, it's been a very obvious pattern here. Literally an effing child. No, that's actually an anime character. It's not a literal child.
Rev, have you ever heard of Birdie Wings? It's an anime where people play golf. I'm pretty sure you've heard about it because it's got underage characters in it. Anyways, are they literally playing golf, or is it a depiction of playing golf? I would love to hear your answer to that one.
This person saying it's sick how people sexualize a literal child. This model is literally a child. You know, you can say literally and literal as many times as you want. It's not going to make that application of the word actually stick. You don't know what literal means. Here's another post.
And you don't know what hypocrisy means.
Saying, okay, what the actual F? I'm so concerned right now. If you support this, there's no way you don't need therapy at this point. That's a literal child. Don't insinuate lewd themes under the topic of being a kid. Major red flags. I think the only people in this scenario who need therapy are
Is the person I'm responding to right now. I think that's the main person who needs therapy. Just saying.
people who can't separate fiction from reality. And also, there is not a single therapist out there that would encourage you to actively engage and spread content that apparently is so concerning to you. If you were actually bothered by this stuff, you would simply block and move on with your life instead of subjecting yourself to it and then subjecting all of your followers to it because you have to tweet about it.
First of all, it doesn't actually subject all your followers to it because, fun fact, I don't see the majority of my mutuals on my own timeline. There's actually been quite a few people that have been mutuals with this person that I knew of that were following this person because they did used to have an adult looking model last year. How can he say it isn't a child? She is so child coded it hurts. The argument he's making is that it's not literally a real child, it's just a fictional child. You guys are getting worked up over fictional pedophilia. Which, I mean, it's pedophilia describes an attraction, not an action. Like, for real. I won't watch it if it's lewd, though. I'm gonna be real. There's like a difference between making generally lewd content and then just sometimes making offhand lewd jokes for creators. And like, I don't have as much an issue of somebody that uses a petite model and then makes the occasional lewd joke, but it's not like the focal point of their content. And from what I saw looking back through Honey's stuff, it was a lot of their content. It was more than half.
But here's another one saying, trigger warning, I have a few moods / people I follow that follow this person with a child model. I don't know what happened if this deranged person switched up their model, they didn't notice, but look at the comments on that specific tweet. It's disgusting. Reports. Yeah, this thing directing people to report Honey's account for what reason exactly?
It's something that's against Twitter TOS, where well, actually, I'll give Honey credit for not posting anything explicit, which would have been against Twitter TOS. But there's a lot of people that will just make that jump when you're cultivating the kind of community that likes looking at this kind of thing while they shoot fat ropes. And that just is, you know, kind of bothersome.
What reason are you reporting?
Birdie Wing didn't strike me as being etchy, though. I think it was trying to, like, idealize lesbian love through teenage romance, maybe? Yeah, no, I don't have anything particularly wrong with Birdie Wing. I just think there's a lot of people that, like, since Rev brought up, like, a character like Yoko Littner as being underage, I'm willing to bet he knows about Birdie Wing, because, like, he seems to like his underage fictional content a little too much, if you ask me.
Honey, because they aren't violating any TOS. Now, we have some smart individuals like here trying to say, oh, I'm going to report, here's how I'm going to do it, by reporting them under child safety. Now, unfortunately for you, that child safety rule in the report feature is about real children. It is not about drawings, and it makes it very clear that it's not.
Yeah, you'd have to go to a different section on Twitter reporting to actually report for lolly. It's definitely not lolly bait. I was actually shocked when they were 15. I know, it's like literally like Yoko Littner from Gurren Lagann. You go have a good munchy, Thunder Nugget. Thanks for joining. It's like Yoko Littner. She looks literally like an adult, but she's 14. But then she's considered a lolly for some reason. But lolly is not about age, it's about body type. But Yoko Littner is fully developed. I've also seen people call Usagi from Sailor Moon, like Serena or whatever, as a lolly. It's like, come on. And yeah, Twitter does have a report section for illustrations of CSEM. So like I wouldn't qualify Honey's content, what I saw, as being able to be reported for that, but I get where people coming about. Yeah, like just because I don't feel like browsing Twitter randomly, I'm gonna hit the report push button. Where is it? Where is it? Sensitive or disturbing media. No. Where the fuck was it? I know it's in here. Deceptive identities, no. I would think it would be insensitive or disturbing media. That is exactly what the preview showed. Like, I don't know if it's considered. Oh, literally, right here. Illustrated cartoon, computer-generated media depicting a minor engaging in sexual act or childlike sex doll. That's what you should be reporting lolly show content on Twitter as. Not like putting minors in actual danger. It's people glorifying it.
All you're doing with this report is clogging the report system, and you are genuinely hurting children because...
Wait, I wonder if he edited that out, because he has... God damn it, show Becca's tweets. I should just fucking whitelist her. Like, I wonder if Rev edited out that point where, you know, I showed this. Because, like, that's kind of the nail in the coffin for his argument, is it not?
Reports exploiting... Reports that...
Doing the fucking fingers is also sexually explicit. It's going in that direction, but I wouldn't personally constitute it as like sexually explicit material. I would consider that like full-on hentai, not just sexual jokes. It's trending in that direction, but it hasn't fully crossed the line. I would just expect them to cross that line sooner or later. It's an explicit act if done by a child. It's the finger hand motion. Like, I get why it's bad. I just don't think it's the same, or I don't think this specific joke is the same as like making actual hentai of that character. I think that is a far worse thing to do. But I still think it's bad that she's doing this and encouraging that kind of engagement from an audience.
That are containing tweets that are actually exploiting real children are getting put into the back burner because they have to file reports and go through reports like this that are inactionable because it's about fictional characters. You are actually hurting children by doing this. You are...
No. Because here's the thing. Twitter doesn't care about children. If you don't know, there was an account that posted actual CSEM on Twitter, and Elon was like, hey, let's get that guy back on Twitter. So, like, this is a non-argument, Rev.
Exploiting the report system to report something you could just block and never see again. It's absolutely disgusting behavior.
More disgusting behavior is kind of making a 20-minute long video about people you don't like, and you could just block, but no, you gotta get that money, you got to get that clicks off of the hating the antis, right?
But now let's return to the main thread. So you're probably wondering, okay, that's a lot of responses supporting the harassment campaign, but was there any detraction? Did people speak out against this? Well, I think this image right here captures everything, okay? At first, this call out...
I remember actually seeing what was replied to that. That was somebody saying, hey, I've already had them blocked, and then Raygats here had said based ahead of schedule as usual. I actually saw that tweet in the wild. I didn't realize it was deleted. But it does seem like Rev's not actually going to go into the past lives or the past models of this VTuber. Okay, yeah, it doesn't look like he's going into it at all.
Out thread was getting a ton of support, but quickly things turned, and you can see it right here. Based ahead of schedule, tweet has been deleted. A lot of people have deleted their replies to the main thread after they started getting heat. And
so people have been getting harassed over pushing back against this kind of content? Strange. Why don't they just block and move on if they don't like that those takes. Thanks for stopping in, Boink. Been fun. Yeah, come on, Rev. Why don't they just block and ignore? Why are you glorifying the hate that they got? Or are you okay with people disagreeing with people? At least I'm fucking honest about being okay about my audience disagreeing with others. I'm not a fucking coward like Rev.
And that is pretty predictable because a lot of people thought that they were not going to get any criticism for joining in on this harassment campaign. And part of the reason things shifted was, well, due to the fact I responded. So I ended up ratioing them into the shadow realm with this response saying,
a harassment campaign so broad that you can ratio it yourself, Rev. And I love that he did tweet this out. I'm so glad he is covering his own tweet in this video because, like, literally he's calling out people for what he does with his entire channel.
have you considered blocking someone you don't like instead of throwing a public tantrum for attention? You're just self-reporting that you immediately think of children when you look at anime characters. Stop watering down the term pedophile.
Rev, what do you see when you see a character like this? Do you think that's an adult? Actually, probably does. He probably does.
To the benefit of real predators. And what would be their response to that? Well, to block me. Now, you're allowed to block me. Like, that's totally within your right. But the only way I respect your block is if you block me and then stop talking about me. Because other than that, if you're blocking someone then you continue talking about them negatively, that's just cowardly behavior. And that's exactly what they would do, of course. So after they block...
You know what else is cowardly behavior? To just constantly shit talk people you're just constantly shit talking people, acting like you're so much smarter and better than them, but then you don't actually directly engage with them in, you know, the public marketplace of ideas. I would fucking love to talk to Rev about this subject anytime. I would totally platform him. Here's the thing. He has actually made a statement where he was responding to Xander Hall of all people, and he's not going to debate him. He doesn't want to debate. He just wants to stay in his fucking echo chamber and keep talking shit while acting like a big, strong lolly or whatever.
Blocked me. They said that community has found my post. Are now shocked that they suggested I block people who sexualize children and I immediately block them. Weird how that works, isn't it? Thanks for outing yourselves, I guess. Makes it super easy. And of course, people replied to that thread with their public Twitter likes that we saw earlier in this video. But later on, they say, yeah, some 73...
Are you not going to engage with the response at all? Because that's what you've literally been doing. The fact that they're pointing the finger at you being the one sexualizing kids while looking at it is some real gaslighty shit. Like, oh my god, Zan would rip this person's shit out. Oh my god, I would kill to see Xander Hall's debate against Rev. But Rev knows he can't win. He knows he's got indefensible points. That's why he doesn't engage with people directly. It's why he only sticks to Twitter and his YouTube videos. But literally, in his tweet, in his response that he literally just showed, he was the one pointing fingers at, like, you're the one who's actually really sexualizing kids over that fucking lolly. I hate this guy.
King of Pedos found it. So
yeah, some 73K King of Pedos? No, girl, friend. He is 625,000 King of Pedos.
So they're just swarming. Not surprised, sewer rats will always be sewer rats. So slandering me behind a block is a major coward move. But not only...
To be fair, Rev, it's not slander if we believe it's true. Slander is the willful spreading of misinformation. I believe everything I have said so far. And oh my god, I would pay all of the money. I would go into so much debt to see Xander Hall debate Rev. That would be glorious content for all time.
Not only that, if I'm the sewer rat, then I guess you're a fellow sewer rat because you consume the same kind of content that you're calling out.
We're all fucking sewer rats. We're VTubers, and the content that you called them out for having them in their likes wasn't even directly sexualizing anybody. It was just pictures of characters that you call lollies, despite making the definition of lolly so fucking broad that it's petite body types, it's not age, but it also includes minor characters who are developed. It's so fucking disgusting.
But nonetheless, a lot of people would join in on this and reply for me who weren't blocked. We have Peter Griffin here saying, Rev tried to be reasonable with you and you blocked them because you couldn't think of a counter argument. And if you block me too, you're just further proving that you're a spineless coward. Where
God, these people perpetuate the mentality of, if you block me, I've owned you. These guys are fucking cloudy engagement baity bullshit grifters, and they keep calling everybody else this shit. It literally feels like projection. He's pointing at everybody else saying you're doing the bad thing while he's doing the bad thing.
Ray would respond saying, have you considered blocking someone you don't like instead of throwing a public tantrum for attention? So I blocked them. I literally got what he literally got what he asked for. I don't know what point you're trying to make. Where Peter Griffin would reply saying, he also said, you're just self-reporting that you immediately think of children when you look at anime characters. Stop watering down the term pedophile to the benefit of predators. Or did you not read that part? Yeah, interesting.
Literally, you're watering down the term pedophile to benefit real predators when you're fucking saying that. Oh my god, I hate going over his shit. It's been an hour.
Interesting how they read that first part, but they don't have any response for that latter part. But moving on, a lot of people would reply and quote retweet my.
That's not a child. That's an anime character. An anime character that looks like what, Rev? How dumb can you be? You can't own me if you aren't in my life. Like what happens when I block you? Yeah, pretty much. These people make the same excuse you can't point out racist characters. Really? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if if he's talked about blackwashing characters or whatever. Okay, you have a good night, Lola. Thanks for stopping by.
Original response to the thread, trying to get a one-up. This person saying, imagine looking at this and not seeing a child. And I said, well, that's not a child. That's an anime character.
Did you literally not engage with the person you just responded to? Oh, look, follow policing. This same kind of shit you were calling out earlier in this fucking video. Come on, Rev. Can you at least not be a hypocrite like you claim to hate?
And of course, people would point out in the replies that this individual is following Henya, who of course is Pikami, who of course is a very open lolicon and has a current model that is a lolly VTuber model with a literal boob window. But they follow them, but then have a problem with people like Honey.
Okay, so I don't see Henya making the same kind of explicit sexual jokes. I also see Henya as a more developed body, so to speak. Like, I'm an adult that lives in the real world. I go outside, I touch grass. I personally know adult women with that body type. You can be petite. When you're comparing Henya to Honey, Henya looks like a petite adult. Honey looks like a 6-year-old Japanese girl. But we're the ones watering down the term pedophile for pointing out that people that beat off to the stuff like Honey are sexually attracted to depictions of children. Because, you know, pedophile totally means actually engaging in the action and not just the attraction.
Here's another one. This person saying Rev Pedo Desu is still spreading the watering down lie, which it's not a lie. That's literally what you're doing by reducing terms like that to things that they're not.
Oh, look, he does his usual your likes are public shit and then just posts a picture of, hey, this person happens to like a character that just happens to be 14, but or underage or whatever. But hey, Lolly is not based on fucking age, it's based on body type, and this is not sexualizing art specifically, it's of a character from an anime that has very risque outfits. Go to the beach, you'll see several adult women with Henya's body type. I've even dated a few. I haven't personally dated people. I've had 2 relationships. I'm currently in one. And I know people. I go outside. I live in the real world. There are petite people, but they look different than children. It is so frustrating to have to explain this shit, especially because there's people with 600,000 subscribers watering down these terms.
But then, of course, I hit him with a your likes are public. They have Ryoko from Kill la Kill, who's underage. And then I don't know what happened. They got suspended. And then here's another one. I didn't even catch this one fast enough. Another account went down. They're going down like flies. This person said something along the lines of, I can't wait for the time that the police are going to find terabytes of CP on your computer. And I replied saying, besides the fact that's never going to happen, why are you excited about a scenario where children are abused?
They're not excited about the children being abused. They're excited about potential abusers getting caught, and then that stops. Why do you love to strawman people, Rev? Is it because you can't actually engage with their arguments like you claim that others can't do to you? Is it, Rev? Come on.
And I've talked about this before. There is nothing more vile in my mind than hating someone online and wanting an own on them so bad that you hope they get caught with illegal material. In that little fantasy of yours, in order for it to happen, that means that children have to be abused.
They could already be abused. Nothing we can do can actually stop that. So it's a good thing to want people who do abuse children to get caught. Why are you arguing against that? You're just mad people are calling you a pedo for beating off to depictions of children.
Obviously, if that person's actually abusing children, they should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and much more than that, but I can't say that on YouTube. But when the scenario hasn't happened, wishing that it would happen is insane. It's absolutely insane behavior. But moving on, I saw some other call-out threads. Someone showed me this. This is hilarious. So we've talked about this VTuber in the past. They've made a lot of misandrous comments, and they made a thread about me and VTuber Cringe. It says, broke a lot of mutuals just now who follow Rev and VTuber Cringe. Look at the way they censored my name. A full-grown adult censoring my name like I'm Voldemort or something. But
it's because your followers are fucking unhinged, but you don't seem to care. So, like, people censor in that way so that it's harder for your deranged followers to find it. I don't personally know a whole lot about this Misadere, but, like, I don't know. I don't take Rev's word for anything. He spent, like, this entire video lying about shit and watering down terms.
they go on to say, I can't be friends or mutuals with people who support these scumbags who have harmed me, my friends, and other innocent people. Sorry, not sorry. I would like to see proof that I personally harmed you.
How about shit-talking her and not hiding her name like you say is a good thing to do? Or like, are you okay with people seeing the profile pic or their names and then kind of going after them?
There's none of it. Obviously, I just read your public tweets. But anyways, I just find it very funny people like this have time to make call-out threads on people like me when they don't even have time to focus on their own content. They have quite literally spent more time thinking about me than making content.
God, that's why I'm so fucking based. Because I do both. I shit talk this idiot, and I make content out of it. I'm a Giga Stacy, you know it. Man, she's got 600 followers, you fucking baby. Why do you care so much about such a tiny account? You can just say, who? And then you never have to deal with them again. But no, you're totally not throwing a public tantrum at a 600 at an account that's 100,000 times smaller than you. God, no wonder you use the model of a child. You fucking act like one.
There's literal cobwebs on their Twitch channel. That's how much time they've invested into thinking about me and not their own content. But they also say that they're going back to not opening up Twitter for a week, so I guess we'll hold you to it. We'll see if that happens. But moving on, you're probably wondering, well, what happened with this thread? What was the final results? What happened to Honey in particular? Because there was literally...
She got a fuckload of clout off of it because that's what happens with these public callouts. A lot of people will be blocking and disengaging, but then it's also promoting them in a sense, or like drawing eyes to them, and that can really boost their platform. And I'm pretty sure Honey got a lot of new followers off of this shit because, like, well, people love this kind of shit because they're fucking disgusting.
Easily hundreds of VTubers, not just regular Twitter users, VTubers dogpiling Honey over this situation. Well, what happened to her? Well, she has massively grown. Just like in other situations, like with the VTuber Rune, who was a lolly VTuber, got attacked similarly, Honey has exploded over the past 24 hours. These numbers aren't up to date. Social Blade's very slow, but you can see the results of exactly what you would expect to happen. So they've lost 47 followings, meaning that Honey no longer follows 47 people. That means that the
lolly defense force is large. Yeah, unfortunately, it's a very huge part of anime culture, or the anime spheres, where there's a lot of people that just defend this horse shit.
Likely blocked her. It was someone that Honey was mutuals with. They saw the threads, they blocked Honey, which forces Honey to unfollow them.
I can't tell if that's actually accurate because, or if like, I don't know, because like, I've been seeing a lot of people that are like, I'm unfollowing now, but then there's kind of, wait. Yeah, this implies that she was also mutuals with them. That's not just specifically the people blocking her and unfollowing her. That would be lost in that, which well, the lolly defenders come in force and stand together. Giggity. I fucking hate these people. I told you this in person, but I'll say it again. If you want to beat it to lolly, it's legal where you are. You have that right. But you don't have the right to make everyone think that it's normal and okay to do. Yeah, like, I'm personally of the stance, if you're going to blast ropes to it, do it privately. Don't make it your public persona, Rev. That's where it gets very, very problematic. I don't care that much. I know there are people in my community that, you know, indulge in it, but they're not like prominently public about it, like I'm going to be defending this to the end of the world. Like, no, I recognize it's problematic, so I'm going to keep it private because, you know, I'm a well-adjusted adult and know that the stuff I engage with can bother other people when I'm engaging with it publicly. You can't force people to think you're not a deviant pervert, and you can't get angry if they won't leave you alone with their kids anymore when they find out. Yeah, like, you can't really get mad at people calling you a pedo for beating off to depictions of children, because, like, that's kind of what it literally is. It's the attraction. You're not actually harming any kids directly. You're just attracted to the depictions of those kids. And the attraction itself is not illegal. The action of doing that to kids very much is illegal and for good reason. Ah, I hate these people.
That makes sense. That's probably a lot of her VTuber peers who saw the threads. But notice, on Saturday alone, and I don't think this number's even accurate, plus 521 followers. That's a net gain, by the way, not a total number of followers gained. That is the net gain. That is a huge number. And looking at her account right now, she's well over 10K. And at one point yesterday, she was around 8.5. So at the very least, she's gained around 1,600 followers.
It seems the whole thing they wanted to be mainstream and accepted and be open about their attractions to depictions of toddlers, and that will never happen. So they vent and rage and do what Rev is doing. Yeah, it's literally it. I'm going to be going into a little more of the arguments about it right after this video, but we got like 2 minutes left.
In less than 24 hours. Round of applause to the antis and VTubers. You did it again.
Thank you.
You try to cancel a lolly VTuber and you boosted their career. Because at the end of the day, those posts made by those VTubers trying to call out Honey, all they did was impress other VTubers. That's all you did. It was just a giant circle jerk trying to impress each other by calling out Honey and using it for clout and attention among your peers. But the actual VTuber fans, or at least a good number of them, they are not offended by Honey's content, and they are not impressed by your call-out threads that are made solely for clout and to add on to the harassment campaign. And
I wouldn't say that it's the majority of VTuber fans. I think there are a lot of problematic people within the anime and VTuber scenes respectively, but I think the medium or the industries as a whole could grow even more if the broader population didn't take a look at VTubers and then saw somebody like this defending somebody like this and then jumping to the conclusion that VTubers are just pedophiles. I really don't like it. No, it's just outing all the pedophiles, haha. All her new followers are basically waving the flag. Like, okay, thanks, I guess. Let me just contact some local schools and daycares with your picture now. It's almost like they did something for shock value to cause quick controversy in order to boost her numbers. This shit doesn't normally last. Yeah, here's the thing. Actually, I'm going to get into it in the next minute. But, like, I've got some more insight to give into this situation.
They found this account because of these call-out posts, and they have now followed Honey, increasing their follower count immensely. And of course, the purpose of today's video is to talk about Honey and also encourage you guys to go check out her content. I will leave a link.
Can't do quoted all caps? That's fucking stupid.
To her Twitter account. Check that out. Check out her Twitch account as well. Give a follow. Leave a nice comment, by the way. Do something like that. That's always nice to see, to drown out some of the negativity. And I hope Honey the best. I'm sorry they had to go through this harassment campaign. Sadly, it's nothing new in the VTubing scene. It's becoming way too common. And
that makes me feel better. It's pretty common that people are pushing back against lolicon. Good. Oh, it's quoted anything? I don't know what's wrong with fucking YouTube chat.
I will tell you this as I'm leaving, if you're a VTuber or even just a regular Twitter user, if anyone puts you in an ultimatum situation where they're going to block you or no longer be friends with you because of someone you follow, that is not a friend. In fact, that is a sign that probably you should move on from them, because that's just controlling and weird behavior. But that's going to do it for this video. I know it was a lot, so please share all of your thoughts about today's topic.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to be showing all my thoughts. I'm going to be sharing some more thoughts, and it's not going to be in your comments, because I don't want to give you any more engagement than I already have just by watching your fucking video. Anyways, the reason why this really, really blew up within the small VTuber scene is because there were so many of us that have mutuals with this person. And, oh, for fuck's sake, she's at 14K now. Anyways, I'm only at like 60 mutuals that follow her, at least. But there were a lot of people that were going I didn't know. She rebranded. I followed her when she used an adult model, and personally, given how much I've seen my own mutuals shown up on Twitter, I can sort of understand that. What really doesn't sell it for me is that, well, this is the model she used to use. This I would consider a short stack personally. I don't have that much of an issue with this design. Big fucking whoop. This was posted back in February 2nd of this year. And then let me just pull up real quick. They did a debut of their next. Her following growing doesn't sell it. Haha, she'd have lost way more if it was a model change. Yeah, she has tits, I'll allow it. Like, yeah, like, that's a short stack for that first model. This next model, which was shown off in March 26th, where she started going full on lolly design, lolly look, which, I mean, this is what she started using at the end of March of this year. So, like, it's kind of hard for me to be like, well, obviously you didn't know, because, you know, you've had, what, fucking 6 months to see her pop up on your timeline, to see her stuff pop up, because, like, here's the thing, yeah, she was using this model previously, and it does look like an adult, or at least it looks more like an adult than her other stuff. But fucking March of this. And also, she's always been a lolly artist. Even when she was using this model, she was drawing lolly art. She's always been public that her Oshi is Gargura. Or at least one of her Oshis is Gargura. Let's see. There was another redesign. Or there was like an alternate version to that second model. But then we've all seen her third model at this point. That second model is definitely going down the road of lolly. Oh, I'm showing you the safest stuff because, no, it's 100% lolly. Like, she's got an off-the-shoulder picture where, like, the jacket is coming down a bit. Nothing is actually being shown, but you can tell she got rid of the chest. Like, she flat as a washboard kind of thing. And, like, she's been using this for half a year, and she's always posted the lolly art. It's kind of hard for me to really believe that people didn't know. And I really don't feel like going through a full call out of all the different mutuals I have that follow them. But for my mutuals that do follow her, there's a handful of you that have condemned, or that did follow her. There's a handful of you that condemned her for being called out for this rebranding, despite it not being like a wildly different rebrand since her previous model. It was more wild from her first, but here's the thing. A lot of people I've seen, like the bigger small VTubers, so to speak, like 10K followings and stuff, they were posting like, I didn't know, I don't like engaging with that kind of stuff. But then I've also seen them engage directly with other lolly creators. They just haven't been, those lolly creators just hadn't been called out. So, like, there's a lot of people that I'm getting the impression they're just trying to save face in the wake of this public call out. And it's like, why you gotta act like this has been some recent redesign that totally caught you off guard and it's like wildly different, it's like I don't fully believe you. I can believe some, but the sheer number of people that have just been like, I've been following her, I didn't realize, that kind of shit, it just screams sus to me. Oh, Becca, yeah, you're probably not going to get more mutuals on there. I've actually seen the number of my mutuals drop that are following her. So I guess that's good. Can I get back to talking about fun topics? I followed her an hour back. She was buried in my timeline. I thought I unfollowed her 3 months ago. That I can totally understand. Also, Freya, just FYI, if you pick the topics, Briley. Yeah, I know. But I also have to keep in mind what's currently being talked about within the VTuber scene, and talking about Rev is, well, I'm clout sharking off of Rev. I'm not hiding that part. I don't like Rev. I'm trying to shark his centrist viewers. I just became trans. Do you support? I support my trans friends. Self ID, yo. Let's talk about how we're going to be wrestling. I mean, we could totally do that. It's just the audience I've built up so far is interested in topics relating to VTubers. Oh crap, I'm on my creator account. Yeah. Like you didn't recognize? I don't fully blame you for that one. I'm getting so tired. Oh yeah, that was a topic. I know, but I bet they want to hear about you suplexing bitches. Oh yeah, like a lot of my audience is fucking bottoms. They want to know that their mistress is strong and can dominate them. What, honestly, I find it kind of funny. I have mistress in my handle, but then I don't really have a lot of people that are playing into the needing their mistress kind of stuff, needing their mommy things. It's just the kind of the community I've been cultivating. That's just how I do. I was thinking you should come up with wrestling gear for your model. No, I can't really load up Koikatsu right now, but I have a kind of idea. I will. Hero, you say that, but then you also forget that I know you. I should load up Koikatsu, because I do have an idea for like a wrestler model or outfit for my VTuber. But I mean, it might be subject to change. Shut up? No. It's my stream. I talk about what I want, and apparently I want to talk about fucking lolicon. Okay, now to not watch a Rev video for like another 6 months. Okay, I've officially stopped recording. I am officially in the outro section of my stream. Wear an above the nose head mask? Like sex marquees? Like Daddy Zex? Oh shit. Don't just randomly go through Google. Yeah. You know that model I had showed you, Becca? This guy is actually the pilot of that Gundam. So like, oh, you posted something on my DMs? Okay, yeah, that's kind of going into like the luchador look. That's from Dead or Alive, isn't it? Yes, DOA 5. Yeah, I kind of like her design. Though I think I might go something a little more Zex. Because Zex is just fucking daddy. Yeah, like this was the look of this character, Mariposa. Yeah, I think that was the name. This is this is Zex, and this is the suit he originally piloted. And here's my custom. So you might be able to tell I kind of like this guy. I kind of like his suit choices. I like his shit. And he's the bad boy of the series. He's the villain, or a villain. Gundam Wing was so much deeper than I actually remember. I love it. It was so good. Like Zex's least bottom Gundam boy. Yeah, I can agree with that. He definitely takes control of situations. He loves doing that. And Noin just will take any direction that Zex gives. And then there's also like Trey's Kushernada. I really like that guy too. Despite him being, you know, Trey's. He was like the kind of person that I completely disagree with on a lot of his politics, but the way he handled himself and the way he actually engaged with people and talked about those beneath him, I actually really liked him and I respect him for it. The most bottom was Katra. Yeah, Katra was definitely the most bottom of the series. Trey's is definitely a top. Like, if you don't know, this is Trey's Kushrenada. He is the leader of the Oz Foundation. Basically, the military of the Earth Sphere Alliance. I really liked Gundam Wing, if you can't tell. It was what got me into Gundam to start with. But what really solidified my love of Gundam and really got me into it, hey, Thunder Nugget, welcome back. What really got me into Gundam was Gundam Build Fighters, to be honest. So if you're, I'm not being sponsored at all, but hey, if you enjoy Gundam and you want to check out something like a little more lighthearted, and not like super overly political, check out Gundam Info. This is their official YouTube channel. And as you can see, created playlist. Show me all the playlists, you fuckers. As you can see, they're putting in like, here's Gundam Seed Eclipse. But what I recommend checking out is like Gundam, fuck, I hate this design for their playlist. Show me all their playlists. Thank you. Okay. Where is it? Iron-Blooded Orphans, English dub. No. God damn it, where did they put their fucking things? I'm trying to show off your videos, guys. Give you free. Oh, they have 00 on here complete? Nice. But anyways, they have they have a series called Gundam Build Fighters, that they put out, which is essentially to sell model kits. But season 1 of Gundam Build Fighters was such a love letter to the franchise. It just had so many references and really got you into the model kits themselves. Are Gundam figures built like Bionicles, or is it like Gunpla? It depends on what you go with. What Bandai and Gundam Info typically push are their Gunplas, like their model kits to build. Yeah, we're talking about Gundam. You just caught the end of the stream. Essentially, I'm wrapping up pretty quick. Just talking about my love of Gundam. For those that weren't around during the start of the stream, I am doing a bit of a rebranding going forward. Excuse me. I am going to be building a custom Gundam or a custom model kit. Currently, it's leaning towards. There was a cough clearing throat instead of a sneeze, but thank you. Currently, the poll is trending towards a Gundam girl instead of a grunt suit. So, I have an idea for the Gundam I'm going to base it off. Will you be trying to hire someone to do it? I'm going to hire somebody to do the art for this kind of thing, but I'm going to build a Gundam model kit on stream, and then I'm going to customize that model kit to be like a personal version of it. So I like have my own custom version of said Gundam, and then I will get art done of it being a Gundam girl, and then I'm going to turn it into like my full-on VTuber model. Your 20 plus notifications gives you anxiety. Yeah, I get that. Part of it's because I engaged with the lolly drama. Part of it's because I engaged with other stuff on. Part of it's people asking for retweets. It builds up. It's not always 20 plus notifications, but like it builds. It builds over time. 16 hours left in the poll. Ooh, Gundam Briley. I wish I could go with the name Gundam Briley, but I would get cease and desisted for that. But I could go with something along the lines. Anyways, I am going to go actually stretch my legs and shit. I've been streaming, what, 4 hours? Oh my god, 5 hours. I'll just be streaming like 2 to 3 hours, and then it's 5 hours later because it takes me over a goddamn hour to go through some videos. But hey, I'm not really gonna. That's Leva Bakes? Or Leva Bates? Oh yeah, that wrestling outfit is 100% a Vault Dweller. Remember to stop your stream? No, I'm gonna leave it going. I'm gonna pull a what's it? A Snoop Dogg stream for 18 hours. Wing Briley Victory XX Alpha. Who knows what I'll actually go with the name. Wait, how does that shithead Gundam Rightoid guy not get C&Ds? Wait, what shithead Gundam Rightoid guy? Oh, wait, no, I think I know what you mean. I forget his name. Bionic Briley? I don't know. I don't know what I'll go with. Fuck, what was his name? That turned Briley. Winged Vixen B? I don't know. It's a Gundam? That was it? I haven't really watched a lot of his stuff. Holy shit, 765,000 subscribers? Christ. Oh, okay. That Fuck, maybe I should go over this. I got 2 episodes left of 2 episodes left of Witch from Mercury. He literally just uses Gundam branding and is a fascist. Yeah, I mean, why does he use the Gundam? Why doesn't he do like Xeon style? Because that would be a lot more on the nose. Yeah, maybe I should. Wait, was that? Oh, cool. Of course he weighed in on the Hogwarts Legacy discourse in the VTuber scene. Yeah, this guy doesn't really inspire confidence. That's it. Strikes Freedoms, Double Zeta Victory, Shining God, Turn A, Double O, Briley, XX, Exia, Age FX. You forgot F91. Oh god, he's so bad. Let's see. Oh, cool. He talked about the McDonald's ad and the meltdown that never happened. Yeah, maybe I should go into his Gundam takes, because that's the most interesting takes he has for me anyways. Oh, he talks about Gundam Evolution pulling the plug out. I was sad about that. Don't play any. I can't take his voice. Oh, I'm not going over them right now. Don't worry about that. I'm ending stream pretty soon. But like, I like to know about the right-wing creators that talk about anime and VTuber stuff. Cause like, well, it's easy content for me. Oh my god. I gotta fucking whitelist you. Why can't I do that from here? Wait, has he literally said Gundam is apolitical? I would love to fucking see that. Love that ad, by the way. That's a cute family, and we feed kiddo like that sometimes. Yeah, it was an adorable ad. Literally nobody was actually upset about it. The only outrage I personally saw from that was people getting excuse me. People were getting threats and harassment when they had responded to the ad by requesting Rule 34 of the daughter, and then people called them a pedophile and said they should be TOS'd. So it's like, oh, what was it? Right. Settings? Community. Why is it just pulling up your Geek Station account? God, why is it so hard to approve users? Oh, paste their URL. You like the McDonald's ad where one of them was a lesbian werewolf? Yeah, that one was pretty sweet. And don't you just find it interesting how all the God damn it, how all the right wingers that were saying the left is outraged over this stuff because it's not promoting their woke agenda or whatever, And then they were oddly silent on the follow-up one that really looked like it had lesbians in it, and one of them was a werewolf. Like the McDonald's recruitment anime shorts? I can't say I've seen those. Don't mind me, I'm just whitelisting some users. Cause like I'm kind of getting annoyed by having to woke bitching is everywhere. People bitching about the wokeness is everywhere. I see more reactionaries pissy about woke shit. That's what you meant? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. I really hate that I gotta... Like, I don't care about curse words in my chat. Like, my content's set to not made for kids. Let people swear in my chat. I don't care. I don't even have block links turned on. Gundam Briley with the woke system. I love that. Wow, it fucking hid your message because you said bastard. This is why I kind of don't like YouTube chat. It's so fucking overly sensitive. I don't like having to keep hitting show messages. It's so fucking dumb. But I am seeing the messages that are getting held for review. Oh, shit. I didn't save my approved users. Jon Snow illegal in chat? I don't know. I can hear Kiddo's camera room was wondering if you were watching Trolls for a second. No, I'm not that into Trolls. Despite how much I talk about and think about Rev. Okay, for real, I'm gonna go smoke some weed, stretch my legs, enjoy some winding down time, and then maybe I'll play some... I don't know if I'll play Darktide tonight or tomorrow. You're gonna come with? Alrighty. Anybody is welcome to join the general voice chat in the Discord server. Thank y'all for joining me. Yeah, we're going to be ending now because, like, I've been going 5 hours now and my legs hurt and I'm sober. So if anybody does want to continue the conversation, we got the Discord server available. But as always, thanks for tuning in. It's been a lot of fun talking with y'all. I'm so glad you're enjoying, you're engaging as well. I like to hear all the differing opinions. I like to talk with peeps. I just enjoy that social interaction. Anyways, I'm going to be hopping off now. And remember, oh god, I'm gonna sneeze now. Right before I do my end of stream tagline. And remember, if you can't be the sharpest tool in the shed, you can always be the hoe. Thank you. Okay, you guys have a good rest of your night, whatever you're getting up to. Bye.